it's kind of hard to say because that's like saying, hey, they know they did wrong as long as they're atoning for it. I don't know if she's done that, but
I think that the issue people are
you
having
can't
too
hold
is
it.
that that
Mhm.
rather than like getting ahead of it, like knowing that this kind of stuff could be out there,
Mhm.
and saying like, look, I used to act like this, I used to feel like this, I used to
Mhm.
say these things, like it's coming after the fact. It's kind of like the Dean thing, where like,
Okay.
no, he didn't come up and say like, yeah, I used to say the N word. It was like brought up. I think that's maybe where people are having issue. But again, I'm not part of the trans community. If someone from the trans community wants to speak on
Yeah.
like on how they feel about it and like what how they
Um,
would
I
basically
mean,
answer Shay's question, I know Shay's definitely open to hearing that for sure.
yeah.
that
I
would
mean,
be
I am.
me
I mean, would you cut somebody
over
grace?
and
Because
again.
when I first came on this app, I was saying some problematic shit. So, I mean, then once people tell you about it, you be like, okay, let me go ahead and look it up. Or at least if you cared, you would go look some shit up or do some research or read a book. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just harder for me because it was a while ago. But if it was 2 years ago and you was trying to build your platform, yeah, she should have got ahead of it. And if she knew it was out there, especially the way she went off, I know you remember that.
Yeah.
S-
Um, so yeah.
So my
Mhm.
big thing with it, and I'm non-binary,
Mhm.
more masculine leaning.
Okay.
I have a transgender brother.
Okay.
Funnily enough, he started his transition in 2020 when the alleged video apparently took place.
Mhm.
Um, and I was somebody who this whole thing that was going on with the tour, I was basically going like cross-eyed, trying to keep up with all sides of it and who was going live when, that kind of thing. And I was trying to give people some grace, and Mermaid was one of those people
Mhm.
that I really tried to like see that she really didn't have any harm being. And then I saw that video and I was just devastated. And I think my biggest problem with it is it was 2020. Um, and if she was in these communities and if she was, representing these communities, she should have known in 2020 that the T slur and the things that she said were going to be harmful to a trans person. And that's the exact reason why she said them to that person in an argument, is because it was the lowest blow that she could take. And she knew that it was going to hurt that person. Um, and she said it with her whole chest, like 10 toes down, like it came from somewhere. That is the thing that bothers me about it and kind of bothers me about her apology. Um,
Mhm.
is I have never, I grew up in those spaces. I was part of that space from like middle school onward.
Mhm.
Um, and it was kind of a problem that I had with the chat too, that were saying like, oh, uh, he who without sin cast the first stone or whatever. Like she was, it was came from a place of anger, and it was
Mhm.
like she kind of said it as if she was like spitting on the ground, you know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what I also hate about the people who were in the chat during her live, that was like, oh well, she just said the T slur. No, she went on a 10 toes down transphobic rant towards a trans woman, basically saying, you know, I'm not going to repeat it, but because that's hate speech at its finest, but basically saying all of these things. um And
And,
like Alina was saying too, a lot of the problem is she's come out to apologize for it now because it got found out.
and you know what? I didn't know it was a slur because I've talked to people and when I've asked them, they would be like, nah. But when I came on here and I asked them, people's like, yeah, that's a slur. So I
Well, I can
and
see.
it's mhm.
I think, and I don't want to overspeak for anybody, but I think there's a difference between like not knowing a word is a slur and just kind of like having like saying it
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's
versus like saying it with that vitriol towards a person trying to hurt them. Correct me if I'm
exactly,
wrong.
This
Right.
the
But
exactly.
hard
it,
If
R.
yeah,
you
when they told me it was a slur, I was like, okay, well, I just won't use it anymore.
if
When
you
I
are
came here, I said, I just won't use it anymore, period.
Yeah. So I
Hmm.
think the difference for me is like if you are describing a trans person,
Hmm.
or if you've heard that word before and you're kind of repeating it and you genuinely in your heart of hearts do not know where that word comes from, but
Hmm.
somebody corrects you and you're like, okay, no problem. I won't use that there for trans people.
Hmm.
Um, LGBT people of all kinds, race even, that I wouldn't call them niche, but of course, not everybody's going to know every slur in the book and not to use it. So if you genuinely are ignorant to that and didn't know, and then you're like, okay, my bad, I apologize, I'm not going to use it again, that's a completely different story. The way Mermaid used it, she knew what it meant, and she knew that it was going to incite hurt, and that's why she used it. That's the difference between those two situations, for me personally.
Yeah,
Maverick, do you have
I
input
got-
on that as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a bit because I did
Just
10
saw it
minutes
too.
ago.
I just saw it too.
Yeah, and when I went up to talk to Mermaid, I hadn't seen the video. I was just going off the comments. So like this is like a whole other layer to me, or for me honestly, because like Kat was saying, you could hear just the disgust in her voice when she was saying that. I can't even say that word towards myself. It makes me uncomfortable. And the fact that, yeah, like she was so angry at this person. I don't know what for. Honestly, it was just really gross. And I honestly also don't really give a shit if it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It was reported or recorded and released. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. I unfollowed her when I found out, but I had just followed her too. So it's just like really disheartening. And the people in the chat were also like really pissing me off, I'll be honest, cuz
Oh, me too.
yeah, all like every cis person, I forgive you. You did nothing wrong. You don't you don't know. Like
Can I
you
say
don't know.
too another thing that angered me? I didn't mean to cut you off, so if you have something else to
No,
say,
go ahead.
please continue. She had a lady, and I'm glad that she kicked her when she did. She had, I'm assuming she was a lesbian that went up there. And the first thing that she preempted, like, she prefaced what she was saying with, she was like, oh, well, I'm a gold star. And I'm like, honey, okay, so here's the thing.
I'm sorry, what's that?
A gold star is a lesbian who's never been with a man.
Okay.
I don't know how much I can get into without TikTok being like, oh, bad. But yeah, that's what that means. But the way that she was saying it was preferencing by saying, well, I'm like the highest tier of the lesbian community, therefore I can speak on this, which she couldn't because she was cis. Lesbian or not, she was cis. And I have used that term before myself. I have not used it to put myself above other lesbians. I think the only time I ever used it was because somebody was coming for the state of my lady parts, and I'm like, honey, I'm a gold star. Nothing's ever, infiltrated my base. We can say that much. Like, that's the only time I've used that
Infiltrated your base is crazy.
term. Thank you. That's the first time I used it. It came off the top of my old noggin. But I think that's the only time I've ever used that term. But she was using it in like almost putting down. Like, listen, you're a lesbian if you're a lesbian. It doesn't matter who you've been with. You
Jess,
identify
can you
as a
stop running a
lesbian.
train on me, please?
Oh,
If you,
Jess
if
just
you
like
are,
loves to do that.
if
That'd be
you are
Jess
a
in chat.
lesbian, you are just as much as a lesbian as any other lesbian out there. So that was another thing that ticked me off, was that lady. And I'm glad that was one thing Mermaid said. She was like, well, this isn't for you, so I'm going to let you go, that kind of thing. So she did step in and was like, hey, this isn't for you. And even all the people in the chat were like, oh, like, why did you even have to mention that? But the chat was just, ooh. And then there was somebody else in chat that was like, does Johnny accept this apology? Have you talked to Johnny about it? And I'm like, what does Johnny have to do with this? Like,
yeah, respectfully, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I haven't watched Mermaid for a while. I mean, I think I only followed her like last week or whenever the tour was. She came up on my For You page, so I followed her. But I think I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what else to say. I'm just really disheartened that this stuff is still happening, and I saw in the chat that it feels like damage control, and I 100% agree, especially with like all the other drama. It's just, yeah, but I just wanted to give my 2 cents since actually watching the video. But I do love you guys, honestly.
we love you too, Maverick. And
Thank you
like
so
I said,
much.
in the chat, like, I'm very proud of you for, like, because I could tell that you were nervous when you stepped up there. So I'm proud of you for stepping up there and standing on what you believe in. It was very brave of you. And I mean, that's what it's all about. So W Maverick.
Appreciate it. I only went up there because of that lesbian woman, and then the chat was getting me going, so I'm like, well, I'm a trans man, so I'll just go up there and speak my mind. So yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your feedback. Hope you have a
Yeah,
good
and
one.
thank you for your platform, Alina. I've followed you for a while. I love your platform and everything you do, seriously.
Well, don't love everything I do because that's putting me
Well,
too high
I
of a
love your
pedestal.
kitties. I just lost one of my cats last month,
Oh,
so
I'm
I
sorry.
love seeing your little kitties.
I'm so sorry for your loss. I know it's never
Me
easy.
too. No, it was tough, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna drop down. I'll be in the chat.
All right, thank you.
It's kind of
Mm.
it's kind of like I said too, this has just turned into the tour of accountability because it seems like everybody who's been a part of this has had something to take accountability for. And
All right.
especially too, I think my biggest issue with the tour in general has been Johnny, probably more so than other people, just because I feel like Johnny is just trying to make like a victim complex out of all of this. And kind of one of the things that had me standing kind of with Johnny almost came up saying, "Hey, I built Mermaid's platform. I did this to protect Mermaid."
Wait, he said that?
Yeah. So he said it in that word. So basically, when he was talking with Sam, when the Sam thing came up about him like interrupting her, that kind of thing, um, one of his big things was like, I wanted to step back from it and not talk to anybody about it because I didn't want to make it about myself. And then I didn't want all of this hate to come to Mermaid because I had essentially helped platformed her, something along those lines.
Sam's pronouns are they, them, just so you know.
Well, I was talking about,
Oh, okay, you're talking about mermaid?
yeah,
Is mermaid,
but
I don't know what
I,
mermaid's pronouns are. Does anybody, I don't
it
follow,
says
like, today was the first time
on
I've
her
ever been in
TikTok.
Mermaid's Live.
It says she, her, hers on her TikTok. I did not know Sam's was they, them, though. I will continue to use those as a fellow they, them. But yeah, so when Sam had addressed it, and basically, I think they were on Dean's live, and Johnny was telling people on his live to tell Dean to let him up there so that they could talk, to each other. But Johnny was doing, from like the get-go, he was basically trying to like be like, well, I was trying to protect Mermaid and like keep all this hate from Mermaid, and I had helped platformed Mermaid, and I didn't want to make it about myself. And then he proceeded to make it about himself every time somebody talked to him about it. So he's the one that I kind of have the most grievances with. But yeah, like I said, it's turned into the taking accountability tour. So it's been crazy because I was somebody who was kind of on the fence and was like, well, I guess I could see where, like, not for Z, because Z is, flat out racist. Like, there's no arguing that. But, like, kind of how things were handled from both sides.
There's no arguing that, but people are still arguing it.
Yeah. How things were, like, handled on both sides, like, people telling other people to unalive themselves, I didn't agree with. I don't think that's a way to, coming into an argument. No.
Shay, I don't know if you want to speak on your interaction with Johnny. Are you done with talking?
No, go ahead. If
Thank
somebody's
you,
actually
thank you,
having
Amy.
an with
But
it,
how
all
he said
for
he
it.
wasn't interrupting people and basically interrupted people and continued to be racist and continued to say that he cared about his community and the work that he does, and basically didn't apologize at all. Rationalized what he did. He kept saying he was sorry, but he kept saying, but I love my community. No, you only like the white people in your community because the ones that you hurt are black and brown people. He's just, and I'll still call him that, an undercover triple K member, because he's one of the people that black people and brown people and other minorities should be afraid of. He'll be your friend and then he'll stab you in the back.
Yeah. And it kind of just seemed like he was trying to jump through hoops to kind of see how he could get out the other side most benefited. So
Exactly.
he was 100% playing everybody in the room, in my humble opinion. From an outside, like, non-biased, like, didn't have any part to do with the tour. I didn't have any part to do with either groups. Like, just from what I saw as an outsider, it was 100% just him, like, jumping through hoops to see how he could get out on top.
I got the cool black girl friend, so I can speak.
Yeah, 100%. I've got Mermaid. I've platformed her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm protecting Mermaid, therefore I am, yeah, out of harm's way. Yeah, 100% what it sounded like.
Michelle, I don't know if you want to talk about, it doesn't
I
have to be about this topic. It could be about, again, this is an open forum. If anyone that wants to air any grievances, either for or against the tour, mainly because every single time someone goes up on someone's platform, they get shut down. So
I
I've been
do.
trying to host these forums.
So if you go to the Unf America Tours TikTok page, and if you scroll all the way down to 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the fourth video. That video is an ad that they shared. Well, it's on their page. And it is basically using the homosexual community as an insult towards Republicans. So basically, that is co signing and making homophobia funny and making it an insult. Therefore, homophobic. And me, can I be frank here, or do I just
You could do it. You could. I'm not like Frank. Like how frank you were trying to be.
okay? I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Anyway, let's just say that I told a specific creator that I thought very highly of before the tour how I felt about that ad. And I told that person that it hurt my feelings and I was disappointed, but I supported them because I wanted to see if they were going to address it. And not one person from this tour addressed it publicly, saying it was disgusting or nothing like that. They did not discuss it at all. And let's all think about it. All these creators knew about that ad. They went anyway. All these creators knew that Z was a racist and went anyway. They did not care. They're only doing apologies now because they're being called out on it. Name drop? I don't know. I don't want to get people in trouble. I care
No,
very
y'all.
deeply for
I
everyone.
have a rule. I
Yeah,
have a rule on my live. When it comes
yeah,
to like that kind of
yeah,
stuff, I don't
yeah.
care to have white people, white presenting people name drop
Exactly.
people of
So
color
so
because it
I'm not
just
gonna name
directs more
drop.
harm to them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
But
But
I don't police black people doing that because
yeah.
that's y'all's business.
So there is a lie going around that people weren't brought this information to them, and that is a lie, because I specifically did. And this ad is disgusting. This ad is disgusting. And you can't claim to be the faces of the left and a voice for the voiceless and the marginalized people and co-sign on this, because that's exactly what this was, co-signing it, because you did not say nothing until people made it a problem. That's what I wanted to say.
Which again, it's fine. Like Jessica Simone says, it's fine if like you saw that and you said, you know what, I still think it's a good opportunity and I just want to go and
Exactly.
get more followers or more exposure or content, whatever. But just say that. Just say
Go
it.
to the Unf America Tour TikTok page, because people still keep asking. Go to the Unf America Tour TikTok page, scroll all the way down,
Thank
and
you,
it's
Amy.
thank you. And it's the 1, 2, 3. It's the fourth video at the bottom. And there's some creators that were reposting it too, and it's on Z's page too. So this was an ad that they were putting out there, and they made being gay sound like a insult.
So
That's
it
what
was,
they did.
it was kind of like oh, so then that means you're GAY. Haha, gotcha. Was it kind of like that kind of deal?
Yeah,
I saw that they scrubbed their website, Lance. I saw that. But it's still
So,
on their TikTok page.
okay, I'll have to go watch it because that's something that pisses me off too. Is somebody
really
being
yeah, Kat, the fourth video at the bottom. Yeah, it is the janitor thing.
I do want to add that a lot of people from my community also commented on the video, basically being like, what the F is this? And they received pushback from Z. Z basically said this is why the left is insufferable or whatever, something like that.
That is a direct quote on the video. This is why that's why people think the left is insufferable.
I feel like that was their. Oh, thank you. I feel like that was their big kind of thing too when all this came out, or the comments or their community too was kind of like a lot of people wanted to come out and be like, "Oh, so we're not left enough for y'all," was basically like the big argument. And it was like, no, it has nothing to do with being left enough or anything like that. It's just, put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to stand on these things, then don't be complacent to a racist and don't be, out here 5 years ago making, these transphobic rants or anything like that and then claiming to be the face of the community. Like, it's not.
I just think I think a lot of people just are wanting just more like honesty and transparency and just genuineness. That's all. I think
Yeah.
that's all people want, because I think even if the ad stayed up and even if they still went, I think their communities would have had a different reaction if they said, holy crap, like I don't agree with this shit at all. This is so messed up. I'm going to reach out to them and tell them to take it down. I'll let you know if they decide to do that or whatever. But I still think this tour is such a good opportunity to talk to students or get voters or whatever it is. And then, but I think a lot of people have been like, look, at least they tried and at least they spoke out publicly and said that I don't agree with that.
And didn't wait until like a week after. Yeah. Or however.
Some people still haven't addressed the ad.
So I have something to add here, if it's okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a little older. I'm in my mid 40s, and I'm from the South. And I was a Republican until I wasn't. And now I'm free. I was. It took a long time to reprogram my brain, and now I know that as an adult now. But when I moved out when I was 17, for reasons that are obvious to me now, not just that you want to be away from your parents and do whatever you want. I'm Gen X. I didn't really need them anyway. I was pretty independent. So I moved out for other reasons, but then through therapy and other things, realized that this was not the way. And so, listen, I got on TikTok late. Just was busy with other stuff. So a couple of years late, not during COVID or anything after that. And one of the first videos that I made after I started getting a little political was the fact that, yes, this was who I was at the time. I've said some really effed up shit in my previous life is what I call it. Because by age 23, I was mortified by my behavior, having nightmares about it. So it took a while to reprogram. But you have to come out and say these things if you're going to be a part of a community who is adversely, obviously, we are against that type of stuff. So the honesty part kind of gets me in the heart a little bit, because again, just another set of folks letting you down these days. But I would say to any creator who has ever said anything racist, was a bully, whatever your thing was, come on and say it. If you're going to be a creator, people are going to find out. There was no video or anything back in the day, but people knew me, and I didn't really care if there was any proof, and nobody could ever find out. I was coming genuinely, and I think that that's the part that some folks, I'm not going to say names, have missed. And now we're doing damage control, so.
Yeah, this whole thing after the tour has been about damage control.
Mm-hmm. It has been 100%. And like I said too, and I think Maverick, I can't remember if it was, I think it was Maverick that he mentioned it as well, especially with the whole mermaid thing that's going on right now, is the reason that it also looks so bad is because she's coming out once it's been big and somebody else pointed it out for her, but it probably would have, I think Alina too said it would have been seen in a different light if she tried to catch up to it and be like, hey, here's something from my past, going to be completely transparent with you. I'm not for that anymore. It, came out of a place of hatred, that kind of thing. And it would have been seen different.
Or ignorance or whatever. Yeah, just come out and be clear about it, because this is literally now the thing you're advocating for.
Yeah.
You gotta be frank.
But now it just sounds like, sorry, I got caught. I was young, even though she was 25, and I hate that excuse. So it would have been seen completely different. I am probably going to go ahead and hop off though and give other people some space to come up here and talk about it because I've gotten my 2 cents in. But yeah, thank you for having me up, and thank you everybody who gifted me for some ungodly reason. I have no idea, but thank you guys for having me up.
Thank you
And
for
I'll hop
coming up.
down too, Alina.
And
Thanks for having
yeah,
me.
I think it's important that we keep having these conversations, but I'm going to go ahead and dip, and I'll still be in the chat if anybody needs me for some weird reason. So, bye-bye.
All right.
And I'm a dip too. I'll be in the comments modding some of the comments because I'm not part of this community. So I was just coming up to see how long ago the video was, basically.
Well, I mean, and if you think of anything else that you want to talk about, this isn't just about like that video. It's about, you know, the other screenshots that were coming out that seems like there's been a little bit of mistruths, but you know, you're welcome up anytime. Just get back and request and I'll let you out.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, TD. And hi, Harpy.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, that video was sent to me yesterday by a mutual of mine because that mutual told me that she was that problematic, and I automatically didn't believe the mutual because I had talked to her prior, and I thought we had a productive conversation. So I automatically didn't believe it and told the mutual to send me proof. I need proof before I just believe what you're telling me. And that's when they sent me the video. And now the mutual said that they think they said it was from February, but I'm told that video was from 5 years ago. Irregardless, that video was disgusting. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, my sources are saying that there's certain features that you can see on that video that either weren't available until 2023 or 2021. Or yeah. So
Even
like
still,
different
I don't
features.
care.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
not
care. That's still
appropriate.
disgusting. It's still disgusting, and I
No,
don't.
but I'm
I
saying like it couldn't have been 5 years ago. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I know
Like
that.
it's
I know
definitely
that.
sending it.
I think it was from February because my mutual said that they were in the room personally in that call watching, and they said it was from February. They told me it was from February, not 5 years ago. They said it was from February. Yeah, regardless, it's still disgusting, and it made me mad.
I
I
don't
was
think the
extremely
time
angry.
I don't think the time frame really matters of when something like that happens. The biggest party problem I see now is like no one taking accountability and doing something. We get caught up and everyone's talking about like drama instead of trying to progress the party and move forward in fighting fascism, in my opinion, and makes us stop moving forward. It's really frustrating to see. I'm 35 years old. I've been a Democrat my whole life. And there's a lot of Democrats that I do not agree with, but usually do agree with. And Bernie Sanders was probably my favorite politician of my lifetime so far, as far as like actually wanting to change the system in a way that benefits all of us.
Yeah.
And
Same. I love him.
It's really frustrating. I saw every video from that yesterday. I went down a rabbit hole, right? Because I was just like, sorry, I'm kind of sick, so I sound weird. But I went down a rabbit hole and like I read Substacks and everything, and I'm like, why can't they just take accountability? Also, and just look up the organization that set up the PAC for the tour. It was sketch to begin with, which is crazy. Like no one even thought to look at that.
They didn't do any research.
Yeah, none. And if you look at Charlie Kirk and his thing, right? The reason that some of these grifting like Republicans are so successful is because they're doing it on their own terms and they're running off of fear and hate, which is disgusting. That's just going to work though because they have a single-minded party aspect that they're going towards. I want progressivism. I want to be like further left than we currently are as a Democratic Party, but that's really impossible to do without a solid game plan forward. When things like this happen, when someone says a slur, and like I'll say it now, like when I grew up a millennial, I've said the R slur, I've said the F slur. This was when I was a child. I grew out of that because I am progressive. I learned from my mistakes. You move forward. you apologize, and then you continue. It's really difficult to not do that and try to progress.
Mhm.
And that's just a lack of accountability I see, or I have seen throughout everything. It's just wild to me. And trying to get 50 creators together, it has this big like, oh, it's going to have huge impact. There's so
Mm-mm.
many ways we could be making more impact than just trying to silence Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Um,
Hold
you know
on
what
one
I
second. Someone said, I think people are excited to try to hold Charlie accountable. You cannot hold a white supremacist accountable. They don't give a fuck. That's not what accountability is. They don't give a fuck. You show them the wall. That's it. That's all there is to that.
And you're also giving them your audience as a platform as well, just to spread misinformation, which is dangerous in itself. Like
Mhm.
you have these platforms, you have this money that's coming in from these platforms. Stop giving these hateful white supremacist, racist, fascist, unconstitutional people any more air than they are getting. It's really bad for all of us.
Following Charlie Kirk around did nothing but inflate Charlie Kirk's ego and give Charlie Kirk more more stuff to profit off of, more clips,
It gave him more clout, right?
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you. You just gave him more clout rather than going to different schools and trying to get young voters. You effed up.
It gave him more clout and it made him more reasonable to the other side. Even more reasonable to the other side because he's getting all this attention from all these little kids. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
these fellas that they really hate, but they're getting all this attention. So
There's also a center that's like very much ignored. Like every single election I've been a part of, there's going to be a part where they're going to agree with some things you say and some things they say. And if you're fueling that middle fire by instigating these grifting, right? Like, the one that I see the most is an older millennial. I'm like, dude, we're almost the same age. You're just a racist. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, that's just what you are. And then I see him platformed. I see people make video and video and video. I'm like, dude, just make that guy stop existing in your world and try to reach out to people that can be reached. Because you're not going to reach like far right MAGA supporters. They're already brainwashed. They're already kind of lost. That's not something that's going to help us. But another thing from the tour was that I see a lot of these creators that will respond to a microaggression or a macroaggression of racism with the got you type of scenario. They're trying to just like get you, like I gotcha, like, and just say something that's just more offensive than having a conversation. Like, hey, can you not say that to me because that's a little bit, you're being racist, and this is why. And then they can understand what's happening. But that's what I saw with what's her name, it was like Dean and the other girl that were like talking to. I'm so bad with the names. Was it Mermaid? I think it was Mermaid, where she just like attacked instead of like, she just attacked him. Like,
no,
we don't use that word.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't know the
transphobe.
rule.
The transphobe. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, but
Sorry
using the
about that.
term
Don't speak
attacked
that name
for a
ever.
black woman is a microaggression.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I did. Stopping it in its tracks though. So that's what happened. So with Peyton, like that's what happened. That was good, right? Peyton called it out immediately. That should be called out immediately when it's happening.
Oh.
And people really want for this to blow over really quickly. I kind of hate that about situations like this, that as soon as they feel like everyone has apologized, all of a sudden it's like, stop talking about it, stop talking about it. But for me, one way that I know that none of these creators are genuinely sorry is because no one has apologized to Peyton, which is the only person who really, well, I won't say the only one, but he really stood on business when it came to this situation. And I'm kind of glad that this happened because it really just shows how performative so many of these creators are. Their arguments.
Oh, don't say that word. That's gotten me in. I've been in trouble for weeks on that. No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm joking.
I refuse to let it go. I refuse to let it go.
No, seriously, because like when you watch the way that they debate, right? When it comes to racism, when it comes to homophobia and stuff, they love to have those gotcha moments, right? They love to, put MAGA in their place and stuff. But then when they're put in the position to actually really stand up for the things that they claim they believe in, look at what they do. They will literally hang a person, or sorry, I don't know if I could say that. I apologize. I renege on that. But they'll literally, come at a person who is doing what they claim they're doing, which is really embarrassing. You know what I mean? So the entire reason, and another thing, I know a lot of people love to be like, oh, racism, like it's not that big a deal. Like we'll get to it. Let's talk about something else. Let's focus on something else. But I really wish that people would understand we are in a constitutional crisis in the United States due to racism. That's why we're here. That's why Trump is in office, is because of racism. So that whole like, wait, we'll talk about the racism later. Like, wait, we got to focus on this. No, we're here because of that. Literally. So
And no, the fuck, we won't talk about the racism later. We'll talk about it now. Thank you. I'm, I'm so over that.
that
I'm
part.
sorry. I'm so fucking over that.
I'm
We
gonna
will
say
talk
the
about it
quiet part.
now.
I agree completely.
Like, what the fuck?
I want to say the quiet
And
part
I
out
was
loud, and I think a lot of these folk. I'm sorry, I think there's a lag. A lot of these folks are just there for the money. If you look at the entire time, they entertain the same people over and over and over and give them a platform. Politically speaking, I can't. I think some of these folks are just in it for that now.
Yeah, they are, and one of them in particular really pissed me off because it was one of his close friends. The mermaid was one of his close friends, and I'll say the name, Hector. He's the one that really pissed me the fuck off because I told him to basically, hey, you need to call out your friend, and you need to do it immediately, and you need to do it publicly. And he asked me basically what had happened. I told him I didn't at the time I didn't know when the video happened. I just know it happened, and I said, irregardless, you need to call it out and you need to call it out loudly because it's disgusting and it's harmful. And the behavior and the words that she's saying is harmful and violent towards the LGBTQ community. And he proceeded to bristle at me and told me, I don't know why you think you can demand me to do anything. And he goes, you can either send me the date or whatever when it was done, or you can basically send it to someone else and I'm not going to be part of this mess. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm not aware that calling out transphobia is mess. So sorry. Like I'm
Supposed to be
confused.
doing.
I'm so fucking confused. That's mess. And I see him in here. I don't care. I said what I said. You that's mess. Like I'm I don't know how else you want me to come out and say that. That's mess. Calling out transphobia is mess. Like I'm being messy because I want you to call out your friend for being a transphobe and hold her accountable for being a transphobe. That's mess. Get out of my face.
Right. They always try to downplay it.
Get out of my face.
Right. They always try to downplay it.
Videos I haven't seen. So it was a video that came out, what you said, less than 5 years ago, and then it was
You're on,
her
Brady. I'm
using-
gonna drop you. Thank you for coming up. Um,
So those videos came out where for her using the slurs?
No, so I was sent the video from a mutual of mine. And I
Oh,
didn't
okay,
know, and I
okay.
didn't know when the video was. So I asked the mutual, and he told me it was from February. That's what he said. He told me it was from February. That's when the video was from, allegedly. It was allegedly from February of this year. So very recently. She said it was from 5 years ago. He said it was from February. I don't know who to believe. Irregardless, transphobia is disgusting, and I want it called out, period, the end.
Yeah, disgusting regardless. It doesn't really matter, but it's more damning, obviously, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
okay, I'm gonna drop Michelle and Harvey, and I'm gonna let you guys talk it out.
All right, thank you
guys for coming up.
Have a good one.
And something else that I kind of wanted to say was that, so many people on multiple platforms, their whole thing is like, why do we have to cancel, Dean, and why do we have to cancel these people? Like, they said they were sorry and this. And my question to you is, if somebody claims to be something that they're not, right? So, they're claiming to, not be racist. They're claiming to not be homophobic. They argue these points every single day. And then when it comes time to really walk it like they talk it, they don't, right? Why would you continue to support them? What's the point, right? I'm only going to support somebody who does what they say they're going to do, who acts on things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm only going to support somebody that's real. So all of these people that are asking, like, oh, what's the point of canceling them? That should be the point. The whole point is they're not who they say they are. They're not. The
No,
way
they're
that they talk, that they're not genuine is my whole thing. So why would you continue to support someone that's not genuine?
Before we continue, can we get some coconuts in the chat for Miss Jessica Simone? One of the few that's hasn't turned their back on me. So W Jessica Simone, love you. Appreciate you. Okay, I mean, I'm leaving it to y'all because I wasn't around in this interaction with Hector, so y'all can tell him to keep it
he can
cool.
go ahead
Then
and
go for
go.
it.
He can go ahead and go, and then I'll go.
By the way, thank you TD for tagging me in that video.
You're welcome.
I'm not up here to argue. I am up here to be civil. And the only reason why I'm up here is because TD is lying on my name. You just lied twice on this platform. You just worded it where I said you can either this or this. Didn't happen. No. In fact, I kindly ask, if you still have it, that you can read the message that I said specifically.
Yeah, I do still have it, and you did at
Thank you.
first. You're
Can you read it,
correct.
please?
Yeah, you're correct. You did say that at first. Hold on, I don't have two phones, so I can I share it on my background? Like, can I just share the
You can
messages?
send it to me
No,
on Discord. I have a second phone and I can read it out. I can put it on my screen.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I left the Discord. I'm not in there anymore. I left. So if you
I
want
didn't say my
if you,
Discord. I said you can send it to me on Discord.
I don't remember your name, but I'll send it to you. I'll definitely send it to you.
Same
Because
as
yeah,
everything
I
else. Hector
screenshot it.
Talks with two R's.
Okay, good. And no, and I'm not understanding where you're saying I'm lying, because you're right. You did come out, and at first you were very civil and cordial, and then I said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I said, because you asked me when was this, and when was this, and has she addressed it? That was
Can
your
you
exact
just?
words.
I just need
The-
you to read the messages. Just please read the messages. Just read the
Okay,
messages, please.
okay.
Feel free to cut me off when you come back. I just want to say one thing to someone in the comment who said, like, Black people are looking for. No. They said, why are we looking for Dean and them to be like some kind of white savior? It's not about Black people looking for a white savior. It's about people being who they say they are. That's it. If you say that you're an ally of the Black community, stand on it and be that. So, yeah.
So after I sent you the video, you said, "When was this?" I said, "I don't know." When I don't, I said, "I don't
Can
know,"
you
and
start at the
I can't.
beginning of the messages, please?
Yeah, yeah. I said mermaids are transphobe, and I sent you the video, and I sent you a question mark, and then you said, "When was this?" That was your response.
You
When
are
was this?
skipping a couple messages. TD, this is the
What
fourth or fifth time I'm asking you to just read every
what
single
message of
message there. That's
what
it.
message am I skipping? Because like I said, I want
There
to turn on my
was
camera and
3
show
or
it to
4
you.
messages alongside your video. I'm just asking you to
Like I
read
said, I want to
everything
show. I
and
want to.
don't leave anything out. That is
I'm not
all
leaving
I'm
any.
asking you to do, because you keep skipping it and then you're
How
jumping
am I
to
skipping?
when I
How am I?
said when was this. I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
malicious. I'm just saying read every single. This is why I need the screenshots.
yeah.
Can
I'll send them to you. I don't mind. Here, let me send it to you real quick, and then you can be on the big screen because this is my backup account. So I'll send you the screenshots I have, and then you can add your messages
Because I
where
don't
from the
have I'm
like
talking to
from
the
the
chat.
big
I don't have the messages. I was
like from
frustrated
the
and I
beginning.
deleted everything, but I knew TD kept that.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I did. I'll send them to you. Hold on. I'll just send it to you. Same name? Same name as TikTok?
Hector with 2 R's talks. And I'm seeing a bunch of messages. I don't know why people seem to forget this. I literally was not a part of the Un-F America tour. I showed up because the sheer amount of people that I knew on TikTok that were going to be there. Someone did message me about the organizer being a racist. Do you know who I thought the organizer was? Dean. Because I had no idea who Z was until I got there. And people have been using Dean's 14 or 15-year-old tweet against him for years. Parker and Dean were the face of this. I thought they was who they were referencing. I had no idea. While I was on said tour,
Well, I do want to clarify that it's not just that 14-year-old tweet that people are concerned about.
oh, I don't know. I
Yeah,
can't speak on
just so,
anything else.
yeah,
Okay.
because people keep dismissing all the other stuff. Like, and I just want to be clear. There's more stuff, and Andrea can help you sort
Well,
that out if you ever want to know.
I'm also aware of the issues surrounding
Hey,
the
so do me a
Parker and
favor.
Dean.
So
Yeah.
do me a favor. Are you in Penelope's Discord?
Yep.
Are you in can I drop it in there and then you bring it over here?
Uh-huh.
It'll be the simpler because I can't find your name, so I'll do that. Can I drop it in there and you bring it over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which channel? Um, as I was saying, I get there, never even interacted with Z, never spoke to Z. I didn't even speak to Parker or Dean until what y'all saw on the stage when they gave me the chance to speak, which I am grateful for because I wasn't a part of the tour. I was not supposed to be speaking. And no, I did not see the ad. I found out about that after. Again, this tour, I have been staying away from. In fact, I specifically said the first couple of days when everyone was talking about it that I thought it was fucking stupid. I thought it was stupid that a bunch of people were going to a college station just to debate Charlie Kirk. I've had friends tell me before that they wanted to debate him. I don't find that to be productive. I'm glad that it didn't work out the way it was initially intended because I felt it was more productive to speak to the college students one on one and really try to get them to understand things over hyper focusing on debating a fucking racist. Personal opinion. Any case, once again, never spoke to Z, never talked to them, never interacted with them, didn't even know who they were until I was at the tour.
I'm
Parker
looking
and
at
Dean, only interaction y'all saw with me from there was up on the stage there. They never shook my hand or anything like that beforehand. In fact, I saw them, I didn't go up to them. They didn't come up to me. Parker and Dean have no fucking clue who I am, nor should they. I am relatively new to all of this shit. So just want to throw that out there because a ton of people I'm seeing in the comments and people have been messaging me for the last couple of days trying to drag me and going, where's Hector's accountability? What am I supposed to be accountable for? I was just as surprised as everyone else when these lives came out and the information came out because I literally had no idea. I think people underestimate how far I go on this platform to stay out of people's shit that I'm not a part of. And this is why I get irritated when people bring my name into things. I do appreciate many of the goons I've seen that have been telling people I have not been a part of this tour. Thank you for that. I have been seeing those messages.
to be fair, I never said you were part of the tour. I'm talking about our conversation. I didn't know you if you were or not, didn't really care at that point.
Aren't you close
Never.
with Chris? No, I am not close with Chris. If you mean cordial, yes.
I blocked him.
Again, please don't overestimate my relationship with anyone on this platform,
Fair.
especially if you guys have seen I have not let them up on my panel for months.
I've said repeatedly, Hector and Brett were not a part of the tour. They came to actually just talk to people and get voters to register.
Thank you,
Hector, I
Drea.
Their faces were not on the website. They did not get paid for it based off of a commission link. They were not
Hector,
there
I'm sorry,
Uh,
at the
Hector.
tour.
I
did you
put it
send
in.
it?
Yes, I put it in there, and I told them to send it to you because I don't
Which
listen.
channel?
The general one. It should be under general. I put the 4 screenshots I have in there, so you should be able to see.
This is fine. Sends me the video. Question mark. I asked dot dot dot. Actually, I'll put it up. Hold on. I'm putting it up on the
Yeah,
screen. So
just
no
go ahead
one
and
will
put it
say
up.
I'm lying. Um, Dr. Sprinkles, the video that is still on my profile says my name is Hector Talks, and I was at the Unfuck America tour at Texas A&M because I was. I was not a part of. Okay, I think I have the one. Hold on. Send it to my other
Do you
phone.
have Do you have them?
Drea, check Discord. When you get a chance, please. Dr. Sprinkles is a crazy name. Oh boy.
Listen, I'm gonna be quite honest. After that conversation with Hector yesterday, it pissed me off. I'm not even gonna hold you. It pissed me the fuck off. I was I was heated.
Hi, sorry, real quick. I'm at work. I have something quick to say. Ask the host to do for me real quick. So just real quick, quick question. Are you friends or in connection with Irish?
No, not friends. I did host a Harry Live for the
Uh,
victims with Irish,
okay.
yeah.
I was just gonna ask, literally, so just it's a video on my page that goes more into it. I don't want that man having my face or anything about me on his page. I know he wants to talk about the Unfuck America thing, but I
Hmm.
don't think it's right that as a white man that
Hmm.
he wants to talk about the racism that happened to me and my friends, knowing last month that he literally called me a abuser for not accepting his apology, which was also a racist thing for him to do. um I don't want someone who was racist towards me talking about racism I experienced this month when he literally did that to me last month.
Would it, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't
I know,
know
I
anything.
know.
I don't
I'm
watch the
just
videos.
I can
Is it
explain
a video
it.
he posted or?
No,
he
Alina, it
posted
was a
the
live.
video
It was
in reference to the racism we experienced with Unfuck America and stuff like that. And I
Okay.
don't think it's right for him to be doing the one talking about it, especially as the white man who literally did something similar to me last month. We like
or
had a
Yeah.
whole
Debbie.
live where he was calling me an abuser because I didn't forgive him for him using for what he did to me, like literally before.
I mean, I know people that are friendly with him. If you want me to like tell them, like pass the
Yes,
message if you want.
I literally have a video posted on my page. If they want if they want the information, I have a video posted on my page called "Irish is a Racist" and me explaining why.
Okay.
If they want to look at that or they want to message me about it, they can. But I do not want that man having my face anywhere because he has called me an abuser for literally not forgiving him. That man is dangerous to me, and he's just as racist as Z is. I do not want that man having anything to do with me or anything that happened to me.
Okay.
It was last month on
It was literally
after
last month.
Harry's live, like the live addressing what happened with Harry.
Mm.
Right, Debbie? It was after that, and we
It
were
it was after
It
that.
wasn't in my
no,
live
it was
though,
not
right?
on your live. It was
No,
on
it wasn't
Athena's
on
live.
Okay,
your
I was
live.
like, I
It
was
was
like,
it started on Athena's live. I have it also posted in the Discord of him literally saying I'm an abuser because I didn't forgive him. I
I
literally have
sent
the
that. I
video.
sent that to you, Alina, today.
I don't
okay,
want him
I'll
anywhere
check.
near this.
Yeah, I just sent that to Alina today because I just saw
Okay.
that video actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want that man anywhere near this because, like I said, he is a danger to me. He is a
Mhm.
racist. He has done racist things to me, and I don't want him talking about someone else who's been racist to me because he wants to prop up his page, considering that he did that to me last month. And it's weird that he wants to sit here. He called both me and Allie abusers, and now he wants to sit here and talk about racism that happened to us at the hands of a white woman when he's a white man and he did that literally last month. I don't know why he's doing this or why he's even trying to bother being a part of this when he knows who it happened to and what he just did to us last month.
Cappy, do you remember how he went to Andromeda to go to you for an apology?
Yes, that's the
He
reason
just
why.
he
That's the reason why I don't forgive him. He went to Andromeda to issue an apology to me, when literally what he was apologizing for was treating me as an extension of my best friend. Who, yes, Andromeda is my best friend off this app, but he was treating me as an extension of her, and that's what and so his apology was giving it to her so she can send it to me instead of him apologizing directly to me. And then because I said I don't forgive you for doing that way, he said I'm an abuser. It's
Cappy,
on the
he did the
video.
same thing with me and Alina. He went to Alina because
So
he I don't know
I
why,
literally, when I
and
saw that he
asked to
posted a
apologize to
video
me.
of me on his page, knowing that he did that to me last month, I literally started shaking because it's like
Mm,
I don't want that racist man anywhere near me or have my face anywhere on his page.
okay. I think I have a couple friends that are friendly with him, so I will let them know.
Thank you.
I can't
Thank you.
promise that anyone will listen to me, but
I
I will
know, I
pass
know. I'm
I'll
just,
pass the message along.
I'm just requesting. Thank you.
No problem.
Can you put him on the big screen, please? 'Cause I'm pretty sure he has all of my messages now.
Yeah, I said I did. All right. I say, when was this? She says, and you can't fully see it, but it's fine. I'm reading it too. I don't know. It was sent to me. The fact that she said that so openly is disrespectful and disgusting. You need to call her out, like immediately and publicly too. So, P. Everyone is aware of her harmful behavior. I am absolutely livid. I said, don't know when this was or if she's ever spoken on slash apologized for. Oh, I didn't put that up. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Don't know when this was, or if she's ever spoken on slash apologized. It needs to be called out immediately, and something tells me she hasn't addressed this, or my mutuals would not be sending me this. Next thread.
Precisely. Precisely. And then let's
I
address that one. Go ahead.
I don't even know what app that is, when it is, nothing. You don't know if she's addressed it, and I don't know why you think you can tell me I need to call anything out as if I know her like that or it's my responsibility. Because, reminder, TD, I only met Mermaid a week ago. So I don't know why you're telling people that we're close friends. Because we're not. Carrying on. So don't. Take that on yourself or send it to the other people on this platform who participate in that mess. Now, I can fully admit that mess was a wrong choice of words, but I will explain exactly what I said when I meant mess. And I sent you a message about this, Alina, earlier, but obviously you've been busy. I said,
Yeah.
past a certain point, I believe that this entire ordeal isn't even about accountability anymore. I think the initial reactions and videos that came out were well intended, and then past that point, it's became something much bigger. What I have seen is many people, one, seem to put the brunt of all this on the Black creators on the tour, and two, use this situation for clout. People who weren't there, who weren't a part of it, are now then aligning me with shit when I just wanted to talk to the people that I know on this platform and college students and many other creators. Individuals that know nothing about nothing are hosting entire lives, getting gifts and views that they've never gotten before because a bunch of people are tuning into this drama. So I will stand on that being mess. If this was a line to say that the accountability aspect of Alina and other individuals actually asking legitimate questions is mess, no, that wasn't my intention. I apologize if it was misconstrued that way. And yes, there is some hostility in this message because I'm frustrated. I will give you all of that. But I need to clarify exactly what I meant. Your next message, I never even read it. I deleted the entire thread because I didn't want
I
anything
didn't
to do
mess.
with it.
No, I didn't message you afterward. I delete
Well,
when
this is the
that
message is
that
literally right
message.
here on the screen.
No, that after that message, I deleted the whole conversation. Like after
Well,
that
this is
one,
the message that I'm talking about.
yeah, I'm talking about the same one. We're talking about the same one. I deleted it after that one. After I sent you that last one at 3:06 a.m., I was done. I was fed up. And the reason, and when you said mess, I took it to mean that you were again trying to insinuate that I was trying to make it about drama. This is not drama.
I mean, I
Transphobia
do
is
have
transphobia.
questions as to why you've been
tra-
so involved in this, considering the fact that you weren't there, but
Okay,
sure.
so I'll explain. So on another panel, Mermaid came up, and I was the moderator in that space, and I let her up and I let her speak her piece, and I even turned off the comments. I turned off the comments and did not allow comments in there because I didn't want anyone coming at her and bullying her. And I thought we had a productive conversation. I thought me and everyone in that room had a productive conversation. So that is why I allowed her to come up and allow her to speak, and I gave a black woman grace. Now, that is why I'm so irritated and so pissed off because I gave a black woman who I thought was just being bullied and being ganged up upon by people who didn't understand the situation that she was going through, who didn't understand the situation she and Peyton was going through, wasn't involved. I thought the people were just dogpiling on her. So when my mutual initially sent me that message that, hey, Mermaid's transphobic, and that he just said that, I didn't believe him. I said, I'm gonna need some receipts because I'm not about to dogpile on a black woman. I'm giving this black woman grace because, again, I don't dogpile on black women without evidence or proof. So when he sent me that, I was livid because it made me look like a hack to basically allow a woman up on a platform who has been harmful to the members of my community in particular, to allow a woman to come up on the panel and allow her to have respectful discourse with myself and the other women on that particular panel after after giving her that grace and that recognition and that basic that basic cordialness, and I find out that she goes and she talks about trans people that way. Yeah, I was pissed, I was livid. Yeah, I was livid. Cry about it, I don't care. I was livid, and I still am.
I'm not taking any of that away from you. I will read the last message and I'll conclude here. Okay, first off, I said you needed to say something because you're her friend. Again, I'm not. I don't. Anyways, so I'm not understanding why I'm being met with hostility. I was simply telling you to call out your friend. Secondly, it's the principle of seeing your friend being inappropriate and disgusting, and I simply told you to call it out. It shouldn't be that hard or difficult. And third, if she addressed it, I didn't see, nor did anyone else. I know I didn't know asking you. I know I didn't know asking you to call out transphobia was mess. So I want to reiterate again. I only just knew Mermaid a week ago, or about two technically, because it's been a week since the tour. So about 2 weeks ago, because she was a part of the tour, she was on lives with people that were a part of the tour. So when I tuned in, they were talking about that. She was there. They were talking about her. The tour that I wasn't initially going to go to until everyone said, this person's coming, this person's coming, this person's coming, this person's coming. And I'm literally here in Texas, 2 hour drive. So I'm like, all right, at the bare minimum, I'm going for them. I'm not going to debate Charlie Kirk. And that's exactly what I did.
But hold on,
We
Hector.
spoke.
Go ahead, and then I'll push back. Go ahead, finish.
We spoke at the tour. I do believe that Mermaid is genuine. I think she's cool. I'm not going to sit here and answer for anything else she has going on. In fact, to my knowledge, she held an entire life to do that. So I'm being consistent in this whole thing, which is I have nothing to do with it. Please stop bringing my name into it. Better yet, please stop sending me this stuff. Why am I having to answer for people who should be answering to y'all? Why is anyone who is not involved in the tour for seemingly being fucking black having to answer for black creators as if we are all the best of friends? All I ask is that my name isn't brought into shit that I have nothing to do with. That is all.
Okay, I find it very troubling that, and again, get it. If you if
What am I
you're
gaslighting on,
no,
Reggie?
hold
What am
on,
I
hold.
gaslighting? I'm sorry, it's not you. I'm sorry. It's this person in the comments. I just want to know how I'm gaslighting, but go ahead.
I here's here's where I'm so frustrated and angry about. This is where my frustration and my anger and my livid and my rage is coming from, because I get what you're saying, but hey, I wasn't on the tour. I was there, but I wasn't a part of the tour. I wasn't a part of the creators. I wasn't, you weren't a part of that initial group. And I get that. My frustration and my anger is that you're sitting here saying it feel don't take this the wrong way, but I'm you know me at this point. I'm going to be frank. It feels like you're talking out of both sides of your neck because at one hand you're saying that you're not very close and you just met her this week. You just met her a week ago and you're not very close to her. And then another time another video, it seems again, listen to my words. It seems like you all are closer than you all are trying to, you know what I mean? It seems like you're closer to that. It seems like you're friends. It seems like you're friends. So it wasn't for me to start drama. It wasn't for me to start anything. I saw something blatantly wrong. I came to you because as former mutuals, I thought you would be like, fuck this shit, mermaid. Like mermaid. There's a video, there's a video of you being blatantly transphobic. Can you say something? Say something. This is wrong. And I was just met with to me it, I was met with hostility. I was met with defensiveness, and I felt like you were getting defensive. And I kind of understand where you were getting defensive from, but then again, I kind of don't because it's like, why can't we just call it out when we see it? You know what I mean? Like, why can't we just call it out immediately? Like, why is it such a hush hush problem for us to call it out?
That's not the that's not my point of contention. First off, I will apologize for the hostility and the message. Um, I was frustrated because, to be honest, TD, we haven't spoken in some time. So the message that I get in all these months being that was frustrating. However, I am aware of the fact that you have tried to get on my panel numerous times. As everyone knows, it's pretty fucking hard to get on my panel, so I apologize for that. What else? What video are you referencing where I was alluding to being friends with people? Again, there is one video on my profile where I said, my name is Hector Talks, and I was at the Unfuck America Tour at Texas A&M. It was an honor to be around so many creators who something something. Special shout out to Parker and Dean for giving me a chance to speak and doing infinitely more than I was doing at their age, which I do stand on those statements despite their problems. And then I proceeded to play the clip, part of the clip where I was debating on the stage. I don't know what about that video tells people that I am best of friends with everyone I met there, especially considering that most of them was for the first time.
And to be clear, when I don't I didn't think I was demanding it of you, more of like I don't think I was if that like I apologize if I was demanding you because I was heated. I was angry because like I said, this was a woman that I just spoke with. I just spoke with her. I literally just spoke with her and gave her all the grace in the world, and then I find out that she's a transphobe. I find out that she's a transphobe, and no, I'm not white tea. I'm black. Anyways, like I said before, I literally spoke with her and gave her all the grace in the world, and and then to find out that she's blatantly transphobic, and that is it's unacceptable. I can't excuse it. I'm sorry, I can't. There's no way I can blatantly just allow that to be acceptable. I can't. And the reason I didn't go to her directly because it wouldn't have been pretty.
Again,
It wouldn't have been pretty.
I'm
It would.
not here to speak on Mermaid or behalf of Mermaid. Mermaid had their live. They had people come up there, including some trans creators. So I'm not going to sit here and speak on behalf of anything they have going on. But to my knowledge, they clarified everything up and the date and time and everything else. That has nothing to do with me. I'm here because my name was mentioned. And to Nolly, your talk's real. You did tag all these creators and say they aren't performative. Yes, because when I was at the tour, another thing that seems to be missing from this conversation is that I was at the tour and I saw all of the people who are even in question right now talking to college students, pulling them aside, having these conversations, having these debates, trying to get people to vote, trying to get people to see the bright side, whatever. That's what I saw. That the campus, that was not performative. I
I
cannot
respect.
speak on anything else. What I saw on that campus, and I saw the work that we done, and the students that walked to us afterwards and thanked us for popping up and thanked us for speaking out and told us that they were afraid, losing hope. That wasn't performative. That is what I'm speaking on. I can only speak to my experience there. Everything else that happened after this shit has nothing to do with me. I will stand on the fact that what happened on that campus that day was not performative. The people I saw with the right intentions to talk to students was not performative. I do not regret going outside of the fact that this name is fucking tarnishing everything, but I don't regret what took place on that tour.
Well, let's say what Brett and you did wasn't performative
Say
from
that
the
again?
lives I watched. From the lives I watched, like your live and stuff, what you and Brett did was not performative. No,
Yeah.
And like I said, it
I
wasn't
can't say
me,
the same for the others.
and it wasn't me more demand because I didn't demand Hector to call it. I demanded Hector to go to her and be like, "Hey, there's an issue. There's a video going around of you being blatantly transphobic, and you know what I mean? Like, just hold each other accountable. If we're about the business that we talk, if we're about the business that we're all about the business that we talk. At the end of the day, we need to stand on business and call it out blatantly and bluntly. Like, I've never been the type of person to allow anyone to be blatantly disgusting and not publicly call it out. And the reason I asked Heck to do it because I thought they were friends. He said they weren't close friends, and I'm gonna take him at his
There's
word. I'm gonna take Hector at his word because I've never known Hector to blatantly lie. So I'm going to take him at his word.
I
But
can
I
send
was
you
livid.
messages right fucking now.
No,
No
I
prior conversation with myself and Merman has taken place before April the 22nd. I did not know her. And when I said on the tour that I met her and she was okay in my book, I was speaking on behalf of what I saw that day on the tour. So to the comment saying you're still defending her, no, I'm speaking on what I saw that day on the tour. As for everything else, that is not my place to speak on her or over her. She has already done that. Within hours of people bringing up and posting this video, she held a live talking about it. I don't know what all the answers were or the resolutions were. That has nothing to do with me.
never said Hector lies. I said in the time that I know him, I'd never known him to blatantly lie. So I'm taking him at his word.
With that being said, I'm supposed to be on another live.
Um,
So,
I do want to
yes,
say, I do appreciate, because we've been, as you know, like I started this conversation 2 weeks ago, and we've been having this conversation pretty much every single day, different aspects of it. And I know you weren't part of the tour, but you're the closest thing to the tour that has come through. Not a single person from the tour has come through to talk about it or whatever. They've been making the rounds, they just won't make it here, and I'm not sure why. I know no one wants to talk to us over here, but
Like
I
I said,
appreciate you at least coming up and addressing it.
like I said, I don't. Like I said, maybe should I have demanded it of him to call her out publicly? Probably not. But I was coming from the standpoint of if you're so close with her, from my understanding of that time, if you're so close with her and she's saying this, why aren't you holding her friend into account? But he just said I didn't know her past this date.
I cannot speak on any of the other creators and why they can't be here. I can
No,
just say
I didn't say that for like for you to speak on that or like give a reason. I'm just saying thanks for coming by and addressing concerns that somebody had.
Fair. All right. I'm dropping down.
Have a good one.
Later.
This is Little Truffle, y'all. Little Truffle baby.
And all these people saying, well, you need to apologize. I did. I apologized for demanding it of him. I'm not apologizing for anything else, though. Because I still stand by what I said. I apologize for demanding it of him, and that's what I said. But I don't apologize for anything else.
I know Tashika was up here, but they left. I don't know if they want to re-request or if they were just trying to address Hector.
Yeah, I was really hoping that Tashika stayed. Because one thing that I'm also noticing that's really annoying, because I wish people would educate themselves before they come in spaces to debate or talk to people. I don't think a lot of people, especially people that are not of color, I don't think you guys know what microaggressions are. That's why you guys can watch the live and say, what? Microaggression? What do you mean? She didn't say anything racist. So listen, I just want to give 3 examples of a microaggression. And then Tashika, I would love to hear from you. I love you so much, girl. I know a lot of people have been bashing you, but just stand 10 toes in who you are. But this is the example of a microaggression for anyone who doesn't get it, right? You telling a Black woman that she's so articulate, right? And, at face value, you're not going to think that that's racist and you're not going to think that that's a microaggression. Let me tell you why it is. It implies surprise that a Black woman speaks well. And that's reflecting a stereotype that she wouldn't be educated or well-spoken. That is a microaggression. You're not like other Black people. That's a microaggression. You must be angry. You need to calm down. That is a microaggression. So when you watch the live and you see her, Z say things like, you people, you guys are bullies. You don't know anything about organizing. And those are not facts. That is microaggression. So for anyone who you
Or
guys
that they
keep
were
watching the
attacking
video.
Hannah. They literally said they were attacking Hannah, and then afterwards in a live, when I said, Hannah, do you know you're white yet? Because she claimed that she wasn't white and started yelling at a panel full of Black people that she's not white, even though she's a white woman. She then committed more microaggressions against me.
I think what I've learned about this situation is that having a particular identity does not automatically qualify people to speak on certain things. Being Black is not enough of a qualifier to speak on racism, because it seems like a lot of people don't know what things are and they don't know how to recognize it, because at the end of the day, Black people are people just like anyone else, and we can all have difference in experiences and the understanding of the world around us just like anyone else. But yeah, the first reason that I dropped was simply because I just didn't feel like it was my space to be up here while this conversation was being had. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, it's actually really funny that you guys speaking about Hannah for a little bit here, because I actually did just get a long ass DM from her apologizing. And I wanna say this. Tell her to get the fuck up on my DMs.
Can you read it to us?
You
Can it be
double
story
down.
time, Tashika? Please?
I didn't even read it. Okay, I'm not reading all that. I'm not reading all that. I'm not
I'm
doing
not reading that.
I'm not reading all that. Like, I'm not. What? Tell her to
Read it
get
to
up out
Alina.
my DMs.
Make Alina
I
read
want
all
to read
that.
it.
I don't even. I'm not gonna post a screenshot, but I'm definitely not reading it, and I'm definitely not responding. So, I think all of this is incredibly, like, all that stuff was incredibly performative, and I just didn't want to be up here while a person who was actually affected by the recent events was speaking to someone. I just felt like it was in bad taste, so I left. Wait, what was I gonna say again? I'm so sorry. Somebody asked what my opinion on something was.
So you saying Johnny twice when you made that comment,
Oh
and then
yes.
if you wanted to address it,
Oh yes.
because I do
I
have
feel
the
like
video.
I feel like Mermaid right now has bigger fish to fry. So I'm gonna put whatever the fuck happened between us on the back burner. Okay.
Yeah, she most
I
definitely
do want to
does.
tell you that Mermaid's chat was invoking your name, Tashika, and claiming that you said stuff about about her kids. So
I didn't even know Mermaid had kids until earlier this week. Okay,
I'm just letting you know that that's another thing that they're trying to.
I'm gonna say this right now. Okay, I feel like my name has been invoked a lot in this situation. I think right now my name is being used as a way for people to avoid accountability. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I don't give a fuck about her kids. I didn't even know she was married. I don't know anything about this woman. I just met her 2 weeks ago. Okay? So, I need you guys to like really, and I'm going to say this, and I'm just going to tell you like the crux of my entire belief. I am pro protecting Black women. And that is just how that's going to be. This entire situation never spoke ill of her. I spoke very highly of her. And I don't give a fuck about who she's married to or her kids, because they don't have anything to do with anything that's going on right now. I think people bringing up her children, weird as fuck. I think people bringing up her partner, weird as fuck, because they have nothing to do with this. They did not choose to be involved in this. Why are we being weird? Why are we being weird? Why are we being weird? I think we need to all grow up, unless we are poo-poo babies with stinky poo-poo diapers. I think we all need to grow up exponentially and really lock in for a second.
Mods, please take care of like the BS in the chat about Tashika. Tashika's already adjusted 7,000 times. If you guys are late, maybe catch up. Watch a video.
White tea people really typically don't care about Black harm. So you know, let me tell you something. If I say something and it's just white people disagreeing with me, I said it right. But listen to me. I never called her a roach. That's just straight up like an anti-Black thing to say to a Black person. What I did say, who I was referring to, and I clarified twice in the video that she played, was Johnny. I said opportunistic roach in reference to Johnny, because I do think he's opportunistic. I do think he's a pest. So that's never. I'm sorry?
Did you want me to play it?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, you can play it.
Okay, I got you.
Tashika, I also saw the message too. The message where you said he is a roach.
Yeah.
He, not she. He.
Okay.
And he is. What about it?
Like a big screen.
Is it not gonna? Why is it not playing? Sorry. My iPad did not sync. Let me send it to my iPad.
And to be fair, at first I thought Tashika was talking about Mermaid, but I saw the messages and I even apologized to Tashika, did I not?
You did. I didn't. I didn't even know that you had said anything. I was like, all right, that
No,
that
I was like, if she's out here calling a Black woman a roach, that's disgusting. But you were talking about Johnny, so that.
Yeah. It was definitely strange.
And I saw the message, so I was like, oh, she's most definitely talking about that boy.
I got nervous at first, Jay, because I saw my background. I was like, wait, this happened on my live? Where was I?
No, me too.
I
No,
mentally.
it was literally the wrong screenshot. Sorry.
No.
Okay, gotcha.
Oop, sorry, it's me, my AirPods. Let me check them off.
So yeah, I can apologize when I'm wrong, unlike some people.
Literally, unironically, and I know we have our issues with Mermaid, but like she was literally one of the only ones that just walked away when she saw that shit was handled on the debate front, and actually started going out and talking to people.
Oh, for whatever. Let me watch my language. I do not associate with that individual. He walked around just saying, he's saying is a lie.
That opportunistic roach.
Oh, roach?
Opportunistic roach. That shit was handled on the debate front, and actually started going out and talking to people.
Oh, for whatever. Let me watch my language.
Keep doing that.
I believe later on.
He walked around just saying, he's saying is a lie.
opportunistic roach.
I do not associate with that individual. He walked around just saying, everything he's saying is a lie.
That opportunistic roach.
Oh, roach?
Just screaming at people.
I don't know about the word roach.
Demeasuring contest. Like it was.
Wait, who are we talking about right now?
Who are we talking about? Exactly. Anyway,
No,
What
who
is
are we
that?
talking?
Hold on.
Who did you
What
just
does that
call
mean?
a roach?
honey.
Oh. Is he black?
No.
She's white.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh, is it in my Discord?
No. Literally, unironically, and I know we have our issues with Mermaid, but like she was literally one of the only ones that just walked away when she saw that shit was handled on the debate front, and actually started going out and talking to people.
Oh, for whatever. Let me watch my language. I do not associate with that individual. He walked around just saying, everything he's saying is a lie.
That opportunistic roach.
I think we got it. I think we got it on that front. I was not even.
Play through that first part again.
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean
She
to.
said it. She said Johnny the first time she said it. And they asked for clarification. She said it again.
I do want to say thank you, Stephanie, for the $20 cash app. That said, I love you too, appreciate you. For those of you guys that are new to me, I foster kittens, and that's where the money goes. I have 5 foster kittens right now. 3 are bottle babies. So, thank you, appreciate you.
I wasn't. Look, I haven't really. Mermaid was supposed to apologize to me because someone had sent her that clip with the full context. She said that she would speak to me, never did. Clearly bigger fish to think of it as a big deal anymore. I don't really care. I think what I'm really mainly worried about right now is the craziness that occurred last night.
What craziness?
So on Substack, someone else released the signal chats.
I did see that.
I know, but I want to see them unredacted.
Was there.
That's what I'm saying. I think I know someone who has them unredacted, and I think that video is going to come out.
I think I know the same person you're talking about. and I also asked to see if they had them.
No, yeah, I was yeah, so I'm not going to say anything on anything. But this whole situation is a lot worse than people think. People are like, how long is this situation going to go on for? It's going to go on
until they tell the truth. Until people tell the truth.
It's going to go on for, because it seems like with this tour, every single decision they make is an optic nightmare. And it really seems like, because I think even in that Substack, when the guy said that Parker and Dean demanded to be flown in first class, I'm not gonna lie, I started creasing. I started laughing really hard because, like, not because I don't know if there's anything inherently wrong with that, but there's just something really funny about, like, going on a tour, saying that you're going to advocate, and then stepping out of first class like 2 bad bitches.
My whole thing
and
about
everyone
that.
else is flying coach. I think
My
that's
whole thi-
really funny.
My
And
whole thing
sometimes
about
paying
this.
for their own flight.
My
Yeah,
thing,
right? Like, I think that's really funny. I think that's
Tashika,
absurd.
you heard what I said yesterday when Dean got up on the panel and offered those black women steaks and lobsters. I said that was racist as fuck. I'm not even gonna play. I'm not even gonna hold you. That was racist as fuck.
Wait,
That's
I heard
what he said.
and I heard he said $10.
$10 for a Salisbury steak. Yo, there's my.
What a
That's
generous,
racist as
a
fuck.
generous king right there.
Yo, I was laughing about that. I was like, bro, these women really fold. I stepped back from them because I found out that they were very, very problematic and toxic. Particularly to black women, I was like, this is not my message. And so I publicly stepped back from them, and seeing how they folded for a Salisbury steak from a man
It's
who looks
crazy.
I couldn't. Folded for not even lobster.
You didn't even get the pasta or lobster, bitch. You got a runny ass Salisbury
Oh
steak.
my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I think that's genuinely like one of the funniest things that I had ever witnessed in my life. But yeah, that's all I have to say on that. That was funny. That was funny as fuck. But yeah, I'm always gonna be there for Black women. I'm always going to defend Black women. I don't know about those. No joking, no. But yeah, no, that shit. That
You guys
shit
are
was
trying to get me
crazy.
canceled again. I'm just sitting here trying to just like survive this
Alina,
conversation
just get off
and
camera
this
and start
take.
feeding a cat.
Anyway,
Alina,
if y'all want to
Alina said,
help
"You ain't doing it to
me,
me, child."
if y'all want to help me get some pasta and lobster, Cash FM on the link tree in bio. That's
Yes, I'm
these
sure
are that's
everyone on the panel has their links in their bio. Make sure you guys are gifting the panel. Obviously, cash is king. So
Mine is not on my bio. That's why I have it on my
Yeah,
green
mine's not
screen.
here, but
oh.
it is on my
So
main page. It is
CA
on the
on
bottom.
my green screen. CA on my green screen.
I
Y'all,
do have
this
a
is
cockatiel chat. He's trying to engage in the conversation, but this isn't about you, baby. Stop it.
Um, Tashika, one of my subscribers, Irene, wants to say something to you. I think
Okay.
it's not. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy.
Can we fly Tashika first class? Hell yeah, you can.
And I do want to thank Amy. Amy did send. Oh shoot, Amy sent 50 for the kittens, and so did Brandy. Thank you so much. I really really appreciate everyone.
Oh, y'all are sending the
And I
white
do
woman money.
I do show the kittens, so you guys know they exist. I'm not taking in $800 twice a day, and you just never see anything from it.
I'm still on the part where they sold it for a Salisbury steak. I'm so over it. Please don't piss me off. and then they when he said clock it, and they were gassing him up.
He
I'm like,
Oh
keeps
oh
my
my
saying
god.
god.
AAVE during this apology, and it's gonna get me. He's like this is really wild work, AAVE. He's like, I just gotta send 10 toes down in this, AAVE. Please stop, sir. Just shut up. But go ahead, Irene. I'm
That shit
sorry.
was.
Oh
Oh
my
my
Also,
god.
god.
y'all, make sure y'all are sending reparations to the Black women on the panel. I love you, Alina, but also send reparations to the Black women on the panel.
You know I don't care. You know I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
So Taishika, as a Black woman and as a Black woman starting to be a creator, I want to give you your flowers. Because I know nobody's not giving you your flowers and they bringing you down, and I don't want that because as somebody who suffers with mental health, is our all-time high with us in the community. So I want to give you your flowers, Queen. I want to give you the flowers that you deserve. I want to give you the flowers that you need in your life. I want to give you the flowers that needs to be grown into your garden of prosperity. And I don't want you to cry because I'm a crier too.
Too late.
I'm sorry, but I want to give you your flowers because seeing people bring you down so many times, and I don't want that for you. I don't want that for you at all because you are a goddess. You are a queen. You are too precious in this world. You are way too precious in this world, and everybody on this panel is way too precious in this damn world. And I just want to give you that because when you cry, your ancestors are waking up from the ground. Your ancestors are waking up and telling you that it's go time. It's time for war. And they are battling your battles. They are defeating your battles for you. Because the people that brought you down, they are suffering. The people that are bringing you down, they are feeling what you are feeling right now. So Taishika, you are so loved, baby girl. I'm sorry for calling you baby girl. I say that sometimes, but you are so loved.
in Elena's community, in my community, and everybody else's community. You are so loved. And I want to say that. And I love you from the bottom of my heart. I love you, Taishika.
Oh, well, I just want to start out by saying I love you too. I think since all of this began, I think I've cried every single day. And
Same.
yeah, and it's been extremely difficult. Like I am not the same woman that I was last year. I am much different. I'm different in the way that I interact with people. I'm different in the way that I love people. And hearing that, you know, people really do value me does make me feel very happy and very safe, because I didn't feel safe, and there are some spaces where I don't feel safe. After that man did what he did, I have found it very hard to connect with people.
Take your time. You know, Alina's space is very like women centered, whether that's
I cry
trans
at
or
least once a
cis.
day. I cry at least
Like,
once a day on this live, so
it's very
Um,
women
good.
centered here. Take your
Yeah.
time. All the time you need.
Take your time.
I don't I just don't trust anyone around me, and sometimes it hurts because sometimes I feel like I can't trust my friends, and that's not a life that I want to live.
I felt that.
And when Dina Parker said what they said about me, I think that was the point in my life where, and I don't say this to like try to make you guys feel bad for me. I just want people to understand what was going through my mind is that I didn't want to be here anymore. You know, I spent a lot of time in my room just ruminating, and the thing is there had been days where, you know, I'm a debater, and a secret a lot of people don't know is that there is a constant debate going on in my mind of whether or not I should live an extra day. I beat myself within a hair. And it has been like that for a year straight. And hearing you guys say this to me, it helps me argue against myself even better. And I find that I'm winning these debates against myself more often. And I just want to say thank you.
Taishika, I'm saying this because I was in your shoes. I was in your shoes. I was in your shoes. It was 2023 when one of my family's members told me that they did not care about my life and that my depression wasn't real. So I was in your shoes. I was in your shoes when I felt like my back was against the wall. I was in your shoes when I didn't have nobody to go to. So I'm telling you, I'm giving your flowers because hell, we need to give our flowers. You bring so much value into this world. Your voice needs to be heard. Your voice is too important in this community. And you are so, I'm crying too because I'm a Cancer. So we both water signs. So I'm telling you right now,
Are you
Taishika.
fucking serious? Oh, come back to Chico. She got flagged.
What?
What?
Uh, I hate that's. Let me shut up because I'm gonna say something disgusting. I'm gonna say something
I love
nasty.
TikTok Shop. This is such a great app. It's so like useful. The
I'm
moderation is
sorry.
wonderful. It's don't apologize.
Yeah, don't apologize. It's
We're
just the
sorry.
haters.
We're very sorry.
But oh, I had to get tissue. So, Tashika, I'm just saying the reason why I say this multiple times on the panels that you deserve everything. Uh, that's blessings, and on top of more blessings, more abundance, because you are valued. Nobody's not gonna bring you down, because if they do, we gonna lift you up. You got your ancestors to lift you up. So just know that.
Um, um, I've had a really big secret. Um, that's that I'd only recently just told my friends, and it's experiences that like this that that really remind me that it is worth it to stay. Um, there are a lot of times where I am very low, and there was a day where
No,
I
Irene
had
got
this.
flagged. App.
I think it's important for me to talk about this. Um, there was a day recently where I decided that it was my time, and it's quite embarrassing to talk about, but I think it's important to talk about these things. Where I said goodbye to my parents, and they don't even know what I had planned to do. And I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize. You're good.
I it the only reason that I'm still here today is because there was construction going on that night. And that made me take an extra few minutes to think about everything and everyone that was around me. And I just thought about My friends that have been there for me, and everyone around me who has spoken up for me and who has been there for me. And I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a lot of people. And I just wanted to say thank you a lot. I don't think a lot of people who messaged me that day just randomly understand what they did. And so, like, I just want to say that at any moment, if someone pops up in your mind, it might be for a reason. And just for a second, say that you love them and that they mean something to you. Because you have no idea if you could save a person's life that day. So yeah.
Okay. Well, you know you're welcome here anytime. Thank you for sharing and being so vulnerable. We appreciate your voice for sure.
I'm actually going to get ready to drop too. Damn, I hate that I didn't get to talk to her. But
But I mean, I'm sure
is she
she's
still
still
here?
listening. I'm sure
Okay.
she's still listening.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to say a couple things. Number one, Tashika, you are the definition, pretty much. You are the picture of what strong Black women go through and how we have had the world on our backs from the beginning. And it's not easy. So, you deal with a lot. And it's because you're a real one. It's easy to be fake. That's the reason why this whole tour went up in flames, is because people weren't who they said they were. And when you're a real person, you're going to have a lot of opposition, especially with the way that the world is today and how it's so ass backwards and how it's so ridiculous. The people who should be put on a pedestal are basically kicked daily, and the people, I don't want to get too much into that, but girl, you are everything. You are strong, you are resilient, you are loved, and you are needed. So I'm so happy that you're still here. And you were able to push through, because one thing that you may not know is that you might feel like you're just another Black woman and you're just another person, but we need you. The world needs you, and the world needs more people like you who are willing to stand on anybody's neck when it comes to the things that they believe, because they are who they say they are. Again, you are real. You are not fake. And so, it's going to be hard sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But please just know, on those nights or on those days where it's hard, where it's heavy, that you can do it. You can do it. You are that strong Black woman that can do it. You understand what I'm saying? That's why you're doing it. So when things are hard for you, reach out to your support system. You know what I'm saying? Let them speak life into you. Because again, you are literally the epitome of a Black woman in America who really, wants to see Black people prosper. So please don't change. Thank you so much for being vulnerable. You don't know who you've touched, in this live here today.
Yeah.
And the last thing that
who had those same thoughts today that this
Y'all,
conversation helped,
what month is it? It's literally the mental health awareness month. Like, these
Perfect.
conversations
See?
are very important.
And I also
It's needed.
want to point out, I also want to point out, and I promise I'm almost done. I also just want to point out really quickly, I want everyone to take a look at this situation. I want you to see where it started, and I want you to see where the conversation ended, okay? It started at a white tea woman being racist, and it ended at a Black woman speaking up, being bashed. And that's what always happens, because notice, all of a sudden, Tashika was the bad guy out of nowhere. I literally don't even know where it came from. We were talking about this white tea woman on a completely Black panel, and then all of a sudden, one of the strongest Black creators on here gets thrown into the mix, and now that's all we're talking about. So I would love for us to get back to Z, you know what I'm saying, the culprit, the real issue here, and for people to leave Tashika alone.
The burglar.
Period. Exactly. Period. So that's all I wanted to say. Alina, it was such a pleasure being up here today. I really love your live. I love the way that you run your live. And I will definitely be back. And yeah, everyone, continue to uplift, support, send her support. She's an amazing person. And to the other ladies on the panel, you guys are amazing. Please don't change, because again, we need more people like us and less people like Parker, Dean, and Mermaid, people who are full of shit. And
well, it was nice meeting you. You're welcome back.
That was
anytime.
my first flag ever.
Did you get a violation or?
Yeah, I got a violation. That was my first violation ever. Surprise, surprise.
You're welcome.
Surprise, surprise. Sorry, I had to follow you.
I do want to take a second and say W mods, because we all had the chat so cleared that there was very little negativity and it was mostly positive stuff to Tashika. So I appreciate the mods. So W mods all the way.
I was quick with it.
Yeah, I just had to come up here because it is Mental Health Awareness Month. I will be doing a live about that because we need to talk about it. So I'm gonna be doing it live, but I'm just gonna be resting these past couple of days before I head to Arizona to see my dad. W to everybody who donated, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on that's like a total shit show. Like the whole F America is a total shit show, and showing people's true colors.
It's a total fuck show. Can I say that? Pun intended. Whole pun intended. Fuck show. Thank you.
Yeah, nothing was unfucked. We've all been fucked over and over.
Me, because I done told Black women to keep her Black asses at home, but nobody wanted to listen to me when I told y'all not to go on that tour. Nobody wanted to listen to me. I told y'all not to listen. I told
y'all.
But
they said it was successful. Everyone said it was successful.
I'm one of the people who are like kind of blindsided. I thought that Dean and Parker were actually like good people, and Mermaid too. I don't understand what's going on here. I thought they were people of good faith.
Psych.
Right. This whole thing is just a whole blind side to me. I don't know. A lot of people are saying they're not surprised, but I'm one of the few who are actually really surprised. And I'm a fan of Tashika's too. So I'm sorry if I said her name wrong. I'm sorry. Tashika? Okay. I don't want to say her name wrong.
Mermaid surprised me because the reason Mermaid surprised me because this was literally hours after having what I thought again was a productive, good faith conversation and getting her understanding on things. And I thought the conversation went really well. Then I get a video that her being blatantly transphobic. Oh no, because you made me look like an idiot when people were DMing me telling me that you were transphobic, and I told them I didn't believe them. I straight up said I don't believe you. And I said I don't believe you, and I think you're making it up. And then I sent the video.
The way that she talked,
I didn't even get any warning. I got tagged by TD, and also James sent it to me.
Sure did.
I think I was like one of the first few comments on that video. I was like, I was up way too late last night.
And the reason I was so pissed because I was like, I literally gave you grace, and you turn around and you backstab the entire community like that. There's no coming back from that. You were just as bad as your little friend Johnny.
Yeah. The way that she talked to Peyton the other day was just absolutely mind-boggling. The way they're all gaslighting Peyton into believing that he's wrong for getting on this, I don't even know what her name, Z, for getting on this freaking racist dumpster trash is crazy.
Should I read the Substack articles? Should this be like a little story time?
Yes, go please. You know what?
It's too long.
It's too
I don't want to
long.
hear. I don't want to listen to that. Y'all, I do not want to read that Warped Tour rejects fucking Substack.
Oh, and
You're right.
she apparently is even more transphobic on her Twitter. I don't want to go over there and look on Twitter. That's Elon Musk's account.
Yeah,
So
I don't go there.
I don't want to go over there, but I believe it. After seeing that video yesterday,
I'll ask you guys what someone asked me earlier today. Of the people that went on there, who did you support before and are still supporting now, and or who did you support before that you're not supporting now? Like who? Like, did the tour change anything for any of the people that you supported?
Yeah, it definitely did. I'm sorry, I'm still heated, girl.
I'm not gonna sit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna list them, but then these are the people I no longer mess with. Erica, Chris G, Santana. What's his other name? What's the other name? I never mess with Johnny, but I don't mess with Michi anymore either. There's a quite the list is too long, child. The list is too long. I went through a purge last night. And Hector's one too. Like I don't like. I feel like that's a misunderstanding. Like that, our personal situation was a misunderstanding. But that whole group, and yes, I'm lumping him in there too. That whole group, for me, I'm done. I'm completely done. You can have it.
Yeah, for me, like
I think Adam Cray is one of the only people you support is wild, fucking wild. Someone in the chat that said that.
So she basically came up on a panel yesterday while I was up there, and when she was asked why she went on the tour, and why did she feel obligated to go on the tour when the organizer was brought out to be racist, and she tried giving a PR answer, and then when he pressed her, he was like, I really don't want to talk about it. I just want to talk to Tashika, and basically ignoring the host, and it rubbed me the wrong way. Like that right there rubbed me the wrong way. And then I was in Mermaid's live when Mermaid went live, and she basically made a snippy comment about Tashika always being the victim. So those two right there, I was out.
How is she always the victim? What? When has she been what?
According to Erica, she's always the victim.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I think this tour has brought out the worst in some people. Like, I've been on creating stuff online, content online. I've been a content creator for 10 years, and I don't think I've ever faced the kind of vitriol that I've faced in the past 2 weeks. Like this tour has been crazy.
The reason why I supported. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's do this real quick. Ari's the only one I still support. I love Ari. Ari's a sweetheart because she never switched up. She's always been a real one. So your moderator, Ari,
She did. When I brought it to her, she was shocked. Like she had no idea because she doesn't pay attention like and spend that much time. She has like a job where she can't like listen to TikTok and shit like that. So that first live that she did it, and then we talked to her before the day it happened. Like
Ari didn't go. Ari didn't go. She didn't know anything about it, and she's still a real one. Like I feel like Ari's one of the few genuine ones. Everyone else, goodbye. You can have it. Sorry.
It's Ken. I think you were trying to talk.
Oh no, you're fine. I was gonna say the only 3 people that I knew were Mermaid, Dean, and Parker. I would say Dean and Parker, they've introduced me to a lot of information. Obviously, I did my own research afterwards, but that's exactly why I supported them, because like I felt like they were to me at least, it looked like they were informing the public about some information that's not so surface level. So can you guys like explain to me like what exactly Dean and Parker are doing other than like going on the F America tour? Like what have they done to be like anti-black, transphobic, homophobic, things of that nature?
Let me just clear my throat here. Sorry, let me just put my AirPods away completely.
You don't have to go there. Just give a little taste. Just a little.
Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna put my AirPods away. Sorry. Can you hear me, or do I have echo?
I can hear you. You're good.
Okay, cool. So, I was mutuals with a creator on here, and she is a light-skinned biracial Black woman, but still clearly, typically Black. And she would debate that feminism is inherently racist. And so she went on Parker's panel to debate that when he was debating something about feminism. And he then decided to have a poll and have his chat decide whether or not they really think she's Black or not, and decided to turn the debate onto her Blackness. So that's Parker. We know Dean, he used slurs previously. People make it sound like it was really long ago, because it's like, oh, when you say, oh, he's 14, he's 21 now. It's not that long ago. But now we can get to more recent stuff. There was the over-speaking Indigenous voices. And then there was the saying that a ex-triple K member became a good person later in his life and anti-racist because they donated to HBCUs.
I've seen that one. That was the one that made me that was the one that made me block him. That was the one that made me block him. I blocked him after that one. Okay, and he's only 20. At 20 years old, I knew better. That's not an excuse. I'm so sick of y'all using
I
that
have
excuse.
never done any of
20
that
right
at
now, so
20.
What?
I'm 31. My mama would have slapped the Black off of me. Just saying.
Also, they both use AAVE a lot, which is grody. There was also whenever Alina had been talking about the tour originally, she was ambushed with Dean himself, and she said, how do you give back to marginalized communities that you debate on that you're not a part of? And he said, and I quote, well, I'm the only one that really knows what I do with my finances.
okay.
Just say you don't donate. That's fine. Just say you don't donate.
And they collect a whole bunch of proceeds every single live. They be on live for 4 hours a day?
Mm-hmm.
And I always say, look, I don't have an issue with people making this a job and supporting their life or whatever, but if you're raking in I don't know, $1,000 a day, you can get back. You can make it. You can definitely get back to the communities that you capitalize off of.
Especially with the $300,000 annual salary, Dean. Don't live with me.
They also misspeak on LGBTQIA identities from time to time, which led them to be called out by other trans debaters, which is why they stopped doing those topics. For example, Dean said he was looking for actual scientific information to back up non-binary identities, and he only apologized in his Discord. He didn't apologize publicly.
It's really sad because as a Black woman in America, we always, or at least for me, I try to look for white allyship because I realize that we can't grow farther in America without other races' allyship. And to see this, just to be doing the same thing as the right, it's just it's very discouraging. I mean, it's not surprising, but it's discouraging.
I just want to say something real quick. How in the world would Dean and Parker be in first class and the other ones had to be in
Just say it, the back of the plane.
You want to know what it's giving? It's giving Rosa Parks.
Because someone called in to him and Parker debating. They said what happened, and then Sam, they sent Dean the video, and Dean also got text messages during the live that was happening, and his explanation was he was at dinner with his grandparents.
Wait,
and so
sorry, go ahead.
And so he said he thought they had it. The creators in the chat, he saw that the two, Erica and Mermaid, were responding to Z in their signal chat. So he thought they had it. So he just resumed dinner with his grandparents. And that's where the steak came in. That's why people keep bringing up steak.
And they was eating finger foods.
Who bought
Pigs in
these
a
tickets?
blanket. Pigs in a
Pigs in a
blanket.
blanket.
Is this
God.
tour?
Meatballs.
I hear that
Baby
one more
shower
time.
meatballs.
Is this
Packed your
tour like?
clothes, you got on the plane, you got to your hotel, you ate your pigs in a blanket, like
And allegedly that
Water.
hotel was a motel. Allegedly that hotel was a 2-star hotel. Allegedly.
There was no water. They were out there
None.
debating, parched,
My
looking at
mama
each other
said,
like,
was
"Where's
it
the
Motel
water?"
6?
You exactly like you don't fucking play with me. You have me out here at a Motel 6 in this hot ass weather. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm going home. Don't play with me.
But
Oh,
it's
fuck.
like the first class and then Ryan Coach. It's like giving baddies. I don't know if anybody watches baddies.
I
Like
do.
like it was giving baddies like Natalie Nunn was Ryan a private jet, Dean Parker's Ryan first class, and they Ryan the tour bus, basically. So it was given that.
Who buys these tickets? Do they buy their own tickets, or is this whole trip paid by Z?
It's paid through the pack. So the way that it's like different than like how a brand trip works. Like, you know how like obviously Tarte pays for all that, right? For
Right.
packs, there's a lot of times donations, and the organizer gets a bunch of donors, like I don't want to say high value, but like people with a lot of money, like richer donors. That's what this Substack article talks about. It talks about who the money came from, actually. So yeah, definitely go look into that. And so basically they raised 100K, and so out of that 100K that was raised, that went to flights and things like that.
Okay, I get it. So why do they get to be in first class? Like, how was this divided out? Well,
Because they got paid a licensing fee. This is where like I only know this, like I knew they were were being paid from the beginning because I work in market research, and which means I also work in marketing. So when you get paid, when you have your face on something but you're not in charge of anything, that's a licensing fee. You're licensing the rights to your brand, and
your
that's very
likeness, yeah.
expensive. What'd you say?
Well,
And your
go ahead.
likeness, yeah.
Yes, right. So that's how I knew from the start they were getting paid. So when Dean said on his first accountability live, "Oh, I made a net negative," I knew instantly that was a lie. And so when he came back and he said, "Well, I didn't make a net negative at the time. It was because the payment didn't clear yet."
He did not say that.
Yes, he did. I'm pretty sure it
Yes,
was in
yes,
his
he did.
Discord apology.
No, I'm saying that sarcastically. Like,
No,
like
I
I can't
know.
even believe
It
that
was just
someone had the
funny.
audacity to say that. Because like
You're like shut the fuck up. Stop talking.
Yeah.
Like stop playing with me.
Right.
Because even if like okay, net negative, let's say like he didn't get paid anything. What about all the videos he posted to promote it, the money that came in through
Right.
those, all the every live that he mentioned it that he was going, I'm sure he got donations during those lives. Like so, people donating while he was there, the merch.
Literally.
Net negative my ass. Don't make me call.
And
I just want to do a little mod announcement real quick. To anyone saying this is drama, this is not drama. This is addressing the misogyny and xenophobia that Alina had to deal with for addressing this from the beginning. This is addressing the racism that multiple creators had to deal with when they came out. This also has to do with the random throwing under the bus and lying from the creators on the tour that a lot of us were subscribed to and donated to. So that means we have given them our money.
And
Yeah,
threw
I
it in
mean,
our faces.
I've been hosting these lives ever since I initially called out the fact that this was performative and lacked representation. And since then, I've had pretty much all of my mutuals just drop off. They don't fuck with me anymore because I guess I don't know. I guess I was fucking with their bag or their cloud or whatever it is. And a lot of our communities were very intertwined, and my community is very hurt. So I'm here every day, the same time, every day. I've yet to see anyone come through.
Well,
They're making their rounds on all the other lives, but no one's coming through to talk to us in our community, the goons here. And I will keep holding this space, and every day we'll keep escalating this background until people show up
well,
and,
Miss
and,
Goon.
and come say the truth.
Well, Miss Head Goon.
I just have something to say. If they was so much on the Unf America tour, they could have had did at least a week. Give back to the community that they was in. Give back, do like a food drive or something to do that. But instead, it was doing a clout tour. They wasn't doing anything to give back to the community of Texas at all.
And
So
Texas is in deep shit right now. I'm not gonna lie.
exactly.
Hey, y'all, someone in the comments said Dean said he didn't make any money. Just trust me,
I
bro.
just said, he said in his Discord out of his own mouth that the reason why he said he did it originally, that he made a net negative, was because the money didn't clear. And now that the money did clear, he's sorry for saying that.
The reason why, y'all, that we end up doing this shit every 3 to 4 days is because you guys love to believe things without receipts, information, sources, nothing. So when that live that was done by one of the creators on the tour that threw another creator and pointed it all on that one creator, when that live that didn't have a single receipt blows up in everyone's face and all the truth comes out, I don't want to hear it. Stop believing people just from what they fucking say.
I believe that KGR yesterday she showed like the receipts.
Oh, she had receipts.
Yes,
She was ready. She was ready for the
sure
conversation.
did.
The fullest, like, whoa. Do you have that link, Elena? So I can
I
The
see.
attorney. See with the attorney.
PR said she has to know something. She added me. I think it was when they had the original accountability live, and I think it was Peyton was talking to Dean. Dean said to him, "I actually made a net negative on this tour," and then he said on his Discord last night, and I quote, "I said I made a net negative on that live because the money hadn't cleared yet. I didn't think the money was gonna clear, and then the money did clear. So yes,
What do you
I
mean
did
you
make
didn't
money
think the
from the
money was going to
tour."
clear? What does that even mean? So that either means that you didn't think the organization was trustworthy, had the funds or whatever. So you're admitting that like you worked with a fraudulent organization, which is it?
Which Peyton called out and said that Z was the worst organizer that he's ever met. So that checks out.
And the reason why we're not just calling out Z is because it's ignoring the fact that a lot of the creators on the tour also perpetuated harm in defending her. Like Hannah, who perpetuated a misogynoir and a microaggression against me in her live when I was addressing her for the microaggressions. She literally, well, not even microaggressions, macroaggressions she had just perpetuated in the live previously that caused Z to go up there.
Not to mention that the harm of this tour did not just start with Z. It started the night that I had went into that guy's live. That's where the harm of all of this started. Because from that live, then I made my video with the God forbid trend. And that video was what was on Allie's background when that lady had her freak out. Like, this harm has been happening longer than Z, and it's going to continue happening until Z freaking apologizes and everyone comes clean.
Like, the issues also, Audra from her random Love is Blind cameo, who is now, I guess, a political creator. I guess she always was. And she's now blocking people who are asking her to fully address the racism, because she's not even addressing it. She's only making it sound like Z just scammed them. And she's not fully addressing everything that happened. And now she's blocking creators that would like her to talk about her part in it.
So I will say something. As a promoter, usually artists will tell you, their booking agent will tell you how much it is for this exact amount, how much you had to hold for this artist so you can do the promoting. What they need is either something that has a bottle or something like that. What they need from this the day of, if they need a suite or something, or a sprinter, that's what they would need. And you give them a 50% deposit
for it and you give them the rest the day of. So no, they have the money. They just lying motherfuckers. That's all.
And that's all period,
Um,
because don't
All
play
of
with me.
y'all.
I do
Go
want to
ahead.
go back to what we were doing earlier because I think that might be when Black Historian joined up when we were talking about like which creators do we no longer um, support or whatever. So I want to make sure that everyone got the chance if they want to share like what's changed for them. Um,
Poor
I'm
baby hasn't
happy
got
to.
to speak. Let her speak. Poor baby hasn't got to speak.
Okay. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Miss Historian, are you here? The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. I was talking and yeah, I was like,
Oh my gosh. You're like, why are they talking over me? That happens to me all the time.
um, there's, I still have to, I guess, maybe question some people. Mr. Jones definitely not. One is Mermaid, but this was before all of this came out that I unfollowed her. And the only reason why is because I'm like, I felt that she's not authentic. Um, there was just something that's to me. I'm not saying that she's, but to me, it just. But this was before all of this came out, and that's to me. I'm not saying that she's, but off as you know, truthful. I still follow Santana. I've talked to him. I have to talk to Erica because I can't. I haven't seen the lives that you guys have saw. The lives that you guys have saw.
No, it's a lot. It's
Yeah,
honestly a
she's.
lot. Like I only know because I've unfortunately been very involved because like
Mhm.
a lot of it like stems from my friendships and our community and all that stuff. So like I have a different perspective than most people. Um so like I totally respect that. And like I've told my community, I don't expect anyone to take sides in anything. I
Mhm.
want people to just do what they feel comfortable with and I could care less.
Yeah. Hector, like I said, Hector, Chris, I'm still cool with. I don't mod in his room anymore. So, but those are the two main ones. I don't know anybody else. Mishi, I found out I was following her and didn't even know it, as well as Johnny, and I unfollowed them. So I never followed Dean or Parker. I would just go into their lives, but I've never followed them.
Miss Historian, you know what did it with Chris for me? And again, this is you. You're a grown ass woman. You can do what you
Mhm.
want. But for me, what did it for me is
Mhm.
when he told that black woman that it was on her to show the burden of proof. Because I saw that video. Because I didn't. Again, I don't believe it until I see it. So when I saw that, and
Mhm.
then the original video when
Oh, Sam uses they
Ray.
them pronouns.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
When when they came up and when they came up and were talking about the racism at first, and
Mhm.
he rolled his eyes, he huffed
Mhm.
and puffed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, you got me fucked up. That right there, nope.
Did he apologize for that?
I don't care if he did. I'm done.
I could tell you his response to me as well. I gave him, Erica, and Santana a nice, thoughtful response about how I felt about everything. I was very respectful. And he responded basically saying that military, and I basically just cooked an L with that one. Mind you, he's also said in that he didn't know what a microaggression was. So he didn't realize that Z was racist at first.
Cooked to know.
Yes, that's what he said. Yep.
He said that to me. And yeah, that was interesting. He's also been very colorist on like in front of people before. Like he keeps like making jokes about being proud to be light skinned, especially in 2024, which is gross. So I didn't follow him even before this.
Wait, I didn't listen. I didn't see that video. I don't care to unblock him, but he has that. I'm gonna take your word for it. He has that video. Being colorist.
How old is Chris?
29, old enough to know fucking better.
Either until um maybe I don't know. I just didn't know what it was. I just knew it didn't feel right when somebody would say shit, and I didn't realize it was a microaggression.
But he was actively denying he was being racist, and like in people's comments, gifting her when she would go up, like when she was up in that live being racist, he was gifting her, like the whole time.
Jeez.
Her in the comments of the live, you could see it if you go on Talks with Allie's YouTube and watch it.
And I've seen some people in the comments say like some of these supporters are following blindly like MAGA, and I just want to encourage y'all, do not follow these people blindly. That is exactly what MAGA does, and we're supposed to be better than that. We're supposed to use critical logic and think. Do not be like MAGA.
Yeah, don't follow anyone blindly. Don't follow me blindly. Ask me questions. When we do fundraisers, like if I'm not posting my receipts, make sure that you remind me to post my receipts.
Yes.
We post them in the Discord.
And not that I'm making an excuse. I promise you. I mean, I knew it wasn't right, but somebody had to tell me that was a microaggression, literally, because I didn't know what it was. So I don't know.
Well, we're not faulting you for not knowing that. Like, you, at least you recognized what it was. Like, you instinctively knew what it was, and you knew it wasn't right. We're not faulting you for not knowing the definition. What we're saying is that we know Chris is full of shit. Because what do you mean you don't know what a microaggression is at 29 years old? Please get out of my face. You should
In
know what it feels like.
2025, like
You
maybe
should
the
know what
terminology
it.
wasn't a thing in whatever space you are, but like right now in 2025 with the internet, the apps, like you're on political TikTok, like
Yeah,
you
and
know.
he presents himself as this intellect, and you don't know what a microaggression is, sir. Please stop playing in my face. Play with somebody else. Play with your mama, not me.
Yeah, I don't think.
And he also posted a transphobic video about Amon Khalif in sports, and he took it down.
You guys are hurting my feelings.
I'm
Listen,
sorry.
Shay had not been around for a while, and then came back around, and has been every single day has been like whacked every single day with like more information. She's gonna stop coming here, y'all.
And Black historian, you know, we both know E. I'm not gonna say her name, but yeah, she is. She has been not sympathizing with her 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 community that she had, and she has not sympathized. She didn't. She said something yesterday. No, it was Monday about Tashika being saying that she always playing the victim card.
I was in that live. She sure did.
Yes.
And it was a bitch. It wasn't more. It was a bitchy catty.
It
Always
was
the victim.
That's just crazy.
Yes, it was very, as a black woman, and she's a black woman, an older black woman. She should have did a little bit better with saying that
Right.
to, and she said it like underneath her mouth, and everybody in the
I heard
live
her.
heard her.
Yeah, heard it. Heard
She
it.
wasn't even muted or anything.
Yep. Erica did say this.
And she have not contacted Elena. She have not contacted her for 2 weeks.
And then right after she said that, and she said, "I don't even understand because they're all just mad because Dean's on this tour, and that's just a fine young man, and we all made mistakes at 20, and Dean is not a racist."
Yeah, and she also said that, oh, I had to lose a couple of friends, and it's okay that I lost them. They wasn't real friends anyways.
She came into Glow's live yesterday, and he pressed her again.
I'm gonna have to take a drink. I wasn't even drinking no more.
Black historian, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to burst your bubble.
I
But
know.
We've been going through it over here.
Yeah,
It's been a lot of tears, a lot of heartbreak. We'll give you a hug.
Mine's
I
ra-
mean,
Give you a virtual hug
listen,
because
mine's
you're going
rage.
through it.
first it
Mine
becomes a disappointment, and then you get mad, and then you get disappointed again. It's like,
The stages of grief were just
rage. That listen, I'm a Virgo. I don't know if you know how we work. We're calm and collected until we find out we've been played in our face, and that's what pisses us off. You played at my face and made me look like an idiot. Now I'm pissed.
She also said that no one ever told her what Dean did. That same spiel I just told y'all, minus the INF America tour part, I've told her in a Discord call. I've told her on Alina's panel before when we were talking about how people who claim to be on the left are also problematic.
and
Yeah.
dangerous and racist.
Yes, literally. I've told her this multiple times.
Yeah. We told her multiple times. She said nobody in the Discord haven't contacted her or told her about the situation before she went on tour.
That's a
And
lot.
and we told her. And you was in the Discord, Auntie Shay, you was there when she all asked us for our opinions.
I didn't go into Discord. I know when she announced that she was on tour, I was in her live and I typed, "Hey," they were saying that the organizer left it, and then I was like, "Well, maybe she'll just decide, or maybe they'll handle it." And I should have sent her a message in Discord because she's always over there. She doesn't check her TikTok messages. I'm better at TikTok messages than I am in Discord. I'm still new. I didn't
I'm bad at
realize.
all the messages, y'all. Don't DM me. I'm terrible.
You know,
I'm
and
trying to get better, but I'm terrible at
Yeah,
it.
That's why I
you're getting
tagged you
better
because I
now. You're
knew.
getting better
so
now.
I was
I
messaging
knew.
her on TikTok,
Would have
and I'm like,
never
why
come
is she?
across.
Yeah, I messaged her on TikTok. I'm like, why is she not responding? And then I didn't realize, hell, she don't even look at her TikTok message. And then I had, unfortunately, like unfollowed. I disconnected them from Discord. I disconnected Jones, Santana, Erica, and some other people. So now my Discord is small. So I don't know.
Baby, I had to remove myself from some room. I removed myself from Chris's Discord yesterday. I removed myself from Hector's Discord yesterday. And the only reason I'm in Discord with them now is because it's our manager, Penelope. I don't know if you know who that is,
Mm-mm.
but that's her server. So I kind of have to stay in there unless she kicks me out.
A student at Texas A&M that was there.
And then I'm gonna have to ask Hector, do he believe white people are inherently racist? If he say no, then I'm like, dude, really?
The only way that I'm gonna let her up is if she's gonna apologize to me.
Well, who is that?
Well, Hector. Well,
That's someone that was defending Dan, even though like he had atrocious behavior against me.
I did not know. I'm so sorry, Lena. You
Yeah.
know, I would
He's
not have
such a
done
nice
that.
guy. While Dan is describing doing a 7-hour live of me, and yeah, on Jones's panel, no.
Making 20 some of my plus memes of you, like.
And those memes weren't even funny. They weren't funny, nor were they
Wasn't.
cute. Like,
Why?
if at least
were-
if
I'm
you're
Everybody
so
said she'll
proud of them, bro.
apologize in the
So
comments.
embarrassing.
like if you're gonna
That
do a
was
meme about
dry.
somebody, at least make it creative. At least make it funny.
My boyfriend literally went on a
said-
rant.
she
He doesn't
said
even
she
know
didn't
Lena.
know. She apologized, so she needs to come up.
That's fine. So we can add more people if we need to.
Hey, Alina, I do want to apologize to you. I did not know the extent of the situation at that time. And I didn't know that Dan was like involved in everything either. I have since educated myself on the entire situation as far as I can. And so, yeah, I am sorry for that. I did not know that was something that had happened.
He's still going too, y'all. He's still streaming my lives in his lives. It's weird.
Secondarily, I'm not a student in A&M. I just live in Texas, and so no, you're fine. You're fine. Me and a few other people from TikTok wanted to go because we knew a few of the creators, from the app. I've known a few of them and been mutuals with them for a couple of years now, and getting invited to the after party, and this whole situation, while I do understand what is happening is still very confusing. I do have my own opinions on it. Being a person of color and experiencing what I did and seeing everything that I did. And I completely and wholeheartedly agree with Alina's initial reaction to the tour. I don't know whether or not I can make like a clear opinion for myself in regards to whether or not people on the tour are racist. Besides Z, obviously she is. But besides that point, I do think that the lack of representation for people in our community was something that hurt to see like that happen in person. I do think like a lot of the debates that they had that day were great and everything like that, but sometimes there would be points in time in which there was a conversation about Black people or abortion, for example, and it would just be like straight white men talking about it when there is a Black person or a woman right there. And so that was, I even brought this up. I did bring this up that day to some of the creators. There was one in particular who had voiced to me that they wanted to go up and talk about this, but they were scared to. And even though I had, urged them to do so, I think they only went up to speak maybe 2 or 3 times, because it seemed as if I'm gonna get unmutualed so quickly. I don't care, whatever. It seemed as if the coordinators more so wanted Dean and Parker to talk than anybody else, which is like, I think that there were people better suited to talk about those things than them, and that just wasn't. It didn't seem as if it was considered. Stop smacking. I'm sorry. I have Invisalign. I can't. I don't know what y'all want me to do.
I honestly, I don't even hear it.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
And the person who said that in the comments, let me find it. I'm gonna mute you.
I'll find it for you. Hold on.
I'm just
I
trying to
got you.
straighten my teeth, y'all. I'm just trying to straighten my teeth. Okay. But yeah, it was. I'm curious as to, has Z been quiet this entire time?
Well, no, she resurfaced, but to basically stitch Charlie Kirk and say, I'm coming, I'm still coming, the tour's still on.
Really?
No apology.
No, she just said the tour. Who's going to be on it?
I don't know.
Because as far as I know, like most of the people have left, right?
No, she'll find people.
Oh my.
She'll find people.
And where
just
did
the clicks and the followers, like she'll find more people. There'll always be more people.
Now, while I do think that there probably were some people on there who were doing it for the clicks and for the, it was an optics moment, I do think that not a lot of people, but some of the people that did go were genuinely doing it for the betterment of the community, just by the way they spoke. But that being said, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you there. It's unfortunate. And where did all this money go? That's a big question that's been in my head. Where did all this money go? Because
we're still trying to figure it out. Speaking of money, I do have to thank a few people before it gets too far away. Thank you, Lane, for the 40. Thank you, Grug, for the 80s to share with Ren. I will do that. And thank you, Amy, for the 50, and Jasmine for the 5, saying thanks for shedding light on everything. It's been hard because I really enjoyed some of these creators, but I'm glad you're holding a place to call them out. I don't consider this a call out. I don't think what I've been doing is a call out, and I don't want it to be, because I kept seeing people getting dismissed or shut down every time they either asked a question privately via DMs. Like the people I'm talking about are people that reached out via DMs to their favorite creators. They reached out via Discord. They reached out in comments. They reached out trying to go on their panels, and every single time they were shut down. So I just started holding this space to allow people that wanted to express their opinions to just be able to come up and express either way how they felt about it. And And every day there's been more things uncovered that are like more and more concerning.
And honestly, thank you for that, because there's been a lot of people, like including myself, that have wanted to talk about this that aren't able to. I wish Tashika were here so I could, like, while
She was here earlier.
Yeah, I know. I was listening in. I've been listening. I just want to say how proud I am of her for standing for her values, and not backing down to what she believes in. I know that, like, there was a
I want to
prior
say Jaden too, y'all, because Jaden was one of the few brave people that came up on that first live and kind of echoed similar to what I was saying when everyone was like Alina's enemy number one. And also, like, when they asked him to go, said no, because he felt like he was an afterthought, which is true. You're gonna ask someone 3 days before you go, like, if you're an afterthought.
Jaden also defended Alina to Dan's face because Dan is a creepy weirdo.
I love Jaden so much. I don't know about that situation, but I've known Jaden for years now, and we just like reconciled our friendship after like a year now, and he's still like just fighting the good fight, and I'm so proud. I don't know her personally, but though there was like previous events that had occurred between her and a few people, I feel like a lot of people are judging her off of that rather than the current situation at hand, which is really irking me, because regardless of whatever the hell happened prior, this is a completely different situation, and this, like, she should not be getting the things that are being said to her whatsoever. And I wish people would learn how to separate facts from feelings, I suppose. It's very unfortunate that all this is happening. It was so easily avoidable too. All Z had to do was come out and apologize. That's like from the jump, like that day. If she would have done that, this would not be as big of a deal as it is.
Actually, I would go even further back. Like when I spoke to Z on Dan's live, if she would have enough representation, and even though it's very short notice, I will do my best to try to make a difference on that. And I appreciate your feedback.
It's a pride thing. It's definitely a pride thing.
Done, and I probably wouldn't have made my video the next day, and it would have been a totally different thing.
Right, and it's definitely a pride thing for her, an ego issue, because there's a reason that she added all of the other people after the fact. She knew she was in the wrong. She took action. She just didn't admit what she did wrong, which is an issue, and I don't know why the other people
and not someone that should be leading these organizations and stuff. I think when you're an organizer, you really have to have your pride down in the dumps. Like basically, like you have to be able to like do the hard work, the grunt work. You have to be able to rub elbows with people that you may not like to make progress. I don't think she's equipped.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. This could have been something so good, you know. And I find it very telling that it's all going. Ooh, someone has an echo.
I don't know if you guys watch Sinners, but she reminds me of like the main quote unquote villain or antagonist. Basically, his background is an Irishman, and he believes that he's sticking up for all these minority communities. Like he's becoming the same thing that he hates, which is a white supremacy or the Klan. And we see this often where like white saviors would try to do all this.
Spoil it for me.
Oh wow. Okay, go watch the movie, y'all.
Wait, what is this new video that Z posted 5 minutes ago that someone's talking about?
No, the last one I saw was her of Charlie Kirk stitching his video. So I don't know.
No, someone said that she posted one 5 minutes ago.
Ooh, can someone put it on the secondary device and play it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and drop.
You know, you can message me if you have any other questions or concerns. You want to talk about anything else? I'm happy to like.
Yeah, I'll come back up. I just got to go look at the videos. I'm quite sure the ones with Erica are tagged somewhere, as well as this new Z video. And I want to say thank you for having me up. I
Of course.
appreciate it. And I'm not gonna say I hate when people say I hope we can heal from this. That's like one of my irky
Pet
things.
peeves.
I'm like, of course we gonna heal. I'ma still hold a grudge. I just
What
ain't
about
got.
I hope we can
Amen.
grow from this.
Amen.
Yeah, I like that one. I hope we can grow from
Amen.
this. I ain't gonna
And
talk to you.
that doesn't mean we have to grow together.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
You can
petty
grow over
still.
there and I'll grow over here.
Yeah, amen. I second that motion because I
Yeah.
ain't forgiving shit. And what do I have to forgive? I'm not forgiving shit.
But
Yeah.
because I know that some people think we have to heal from this. No, I want.
Personally, I'm staying petty forever. I'm hoping, yeah.
Oh, what's that?
It's
Yeah.
it's Z's video. Let me. I don't know. She's not addressing anything. She's just making like.
But her
What do the
chin is as
comments
big
say?
as. But her chin is as
This
big
is
as her forehead.
fairly new. I don't think anyone.
If she wants to be microaggression, she needs to
Oh my
microaggress
god.
that nappy ass
Someone said
hair.
the caption is like
Please
the
stop.
caption is pretty crazy.
Ugh.
That's what the comments say. What does it say? Just a girl in rural America watching Trump tear apart our town. And
Then
then
what is yeah. Uh-huh.
meanwhile, we're turning friends into enemies.
Oh
Ooh.
God.
Ooh.
I didn't know she
Z,
looked like that. Now it all makes sense.
I
yeah,
just
Z.
said her forehead is.
She
See, when
looks.
I
You said her forehead is bigger than her chin. I
She
am.
looks. I
I
know.
am.
I was sad at that too. So
It's
I had to
true.
unmute.
Her
So
forehead.
listen, what I
my confusion is she says we're turning friends into enemies. Was she not being racist towards black women? Yes or no? So
Hey,
more
for
I'm just gonna put it out there that I should have known that she was racist when I met her and she asked me, a black woman, if I wanted something from Starbucks, and then she came back with everyone's Starbucks order except for mine. That's all I'm gonna say about the situation.
that's just
She looks
Sad.
like she could live in my hometown, and that's not a compliment.
you know, there's one thing that I don't like about girls that look like her, and not about girls that look like her, but girls that look like her and have attitudes like her. Girl, your face is easy to draw. That's number one. Number two, you have a rat's nest for hair, and you want to be racist towards black women. Fix your face before you open your mouth towards a black woman. Thank you.
But
that
yeah.
tea, clock that tea, clock that tea.
I came up here
Period.
because I have a mermaid update, and I don't know if everybody on the panel is aware of it.
no.
Because it was kind of happening when this live started, and so I was like going back and forth between the lives.
Okay, go ahead. Then I'm gonna drop.
Okay.
Because I don't follow her
keeping you
anyway.
here.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for continuing to like ruin your day with all this information. So basically the big complaint is yeah, it's about her apology live. She, as you know, she had like a bunch of YT trans people, mostly F to M female to male, come up and kind of talk to her about it and say their grievances or whatever. And then she had a black trans woman come up. I know I don't yeah, but I don't think this is considered name dropping because
I just say it to mitigate harm.
yeah, it's not harm because she's live. I think I don't know if she's still live right now, but she went live discussing it. So you can go to her account and see all of her thoughts on it too, because she was the one that was affected by it. And
If it's like if you're naming it in a positive way, like if you're saying like go see their story, then it's okay. I'm
yeah,
just meaning like if
yeah.
you're basically trying to like call somebody out, I don't like
yeah,
white
no,
people
it's not to call her out. It's
naming
so
names.
everybody
Yeah.
can go see her story because she's the one that was affected. It was Alphaba, like from Wicked, but with an A. She went up there basically, and she's a black trans woman, and she was pretty much giving Mermaid what she wanted, which was how she can do better going forward and what she can do to like educate herself and things like that. And immediately Mermaid's like community. This was like mostly subscribers to Alone, and that they were like she was upsetting Mermaid and things like that. And at
You
this
know who all
point,
those people were in the comments? I know because I recognize them.
all I could
There are a lot of Mishi, Johnny, and Dan supporters.
Yeah, they were all the only thing I remember is yeah, those comments like they came after her. And most of them, the only thing I remember about the comments because they were going by so fast is most of them were like subscribers. Um and so they were like eating her up, basically saying that she was like upsetting Mermaid and doing all this stuff, and Mermaid like started crying, um like shaking back and forth and crying.
Oh,
And
boo, please.
her and then somebody else that had like come up in the request that was like supporting Mermaid. um yeah, exactly. Copious in the comments said it. She was basically saying that the reason that her apology felt opening the floodgates to her community and whatever to kind of have an influence on the apology, things like that, and it probably would have went over better if she did make a video as opposed to a live stream. That way it kind of like
Okay, I'm not.
detached herself from her community, so her community didn't have like as much of an impact, I think was the genuine like consensus that Alphaba was coming up with, which I agreed with what she said. um because I think another big thing, and Alina was in the chat too when this happened, was a lot of people were having problems with the fact that Mermaid had gifts on during her live stream while she was apologizing,
That's
and
what
wouldn't
the black historian was just saying, how like she felt like she was disingenuous, like that kind of.
yeah,
Yeah.
and she
Here,
wouldn't reset the live just so she could turn gifts off.
yeah, and let me address something real quick because I noticed a lot of people are taking issue with what I said about Z's hair, and they're thinking that I'm attributing that to black women. I would never. Number one, our hair rocks. I'm not talking about our hair. So so we have awesome, amazing hair. I'm talking about Z's hair. And people who have her hair, which is nappy and unkempt, and she wants to talk about black women. That's what I said. I wasn't talking about black women and black women's hair because we have beautiful, natural, gorgeous hair of all different textures and types. I was not talking about black women, so please don't do that. And yes, the comment was nasty. I meant it to be nasty. I said it towards a nasty person. I don't take the comment back. I said it towards her.
You know, oh sorry.
When you're being mean to somebody, you're not trying to be nice and mean. I mean,
No, I'm not trying to be nice to me, and I'm not attributing it to black women. I would never.
I
I'm
know,
attributing it to her.
I know what you
I'm
do.
attributing it to that weird. Let me stop because I'm.
Because
Her
TD is
forehead,
not the issue at all.
yeah, her forehead chin.
Oh,
Tell
But
her
I
you
just.
said it.
Have y'all seen the Substack messages? Because that was what really got to me. Like after, like I understand. I don't know. Like I've seen a lot of the lives, and I've seen a lot of the black creators be like, you know, this was an opportunity for us to finally get our voices out there. So I understand in that regard, but at the same time, my question to like a lot of them is like and also to the other creators, because one of the answers that I heard them say to the question of why did you still go after knowing was like the fans, or like how much are you willing to risk the safety, the comfortability of women of color for the comfortability of your fans seeing you, um, or the opportunity of your fans seeing you? That's my question, because it doesn't make sense to me to just put what happened to like you, Alina, and the other creators to the side just for fans.
That's yeah, pretty much. And just I'm just gonna hop in real quick to finish real quick. The reason that I wanted to bring Alphabet's live stream to attention, and the reason that I thought it would be important to bring up too, because I didn't know this either. She has made using the T slur back in 2020. So it wasn't just the one instance when she was arguing with that person on a live. Like it was in constant rotation in her vocabulary. It was a good word that she liked to use, and she also was talking about one of the tweets was saying along the lines of like people asking her if she was a tea woman and her being like stop with that shit or something, as if it was like an insult to her and like things like that. So that's why I wanted to bring that, because apparently it was just something that she loved to use around 5 years ago, and probably, still did, allegedly, in my opinion, probably still did in private up until,
She got called out until I aired that ass out.
Hi, everybody. I was up on that panel. I was there as the very last one before the restart.
I didn't know there was
Hi,
a restart.
Irene.
I just came in like wearing her grievances with how she was treated.
Yep. I asked Mermaid straight up if this had never come public, would she be holding herself accountable for it? And she told me no. Whole chested, she said no.
Precisely my fucking point. Thank you. So hold on. So for all of you all villainizing me and telling me that I'm bullying this girl and bringing up old shit, even though I highly doubt this is old shit, and telling me that I'm bullying her for bringing it up, and she just said that she wouldn't have addressed it if she wasn't called out on it. Y'all got me fucked up.
That's fine. TD straight up. And Alina, I'm not gonna lie, I parroted you a tiny bit. I also screamed at them about having Parker and Dean be the face of the progressive movement and how they shouldn't be. I say screamed, I really just very strongly scolded. And that's for the entire left. Stop having white boys be our goddamn face. They're not the progressives. Sorry. But I asked her straight up, if this hadn't come public, would she be here doing this? And she said no. She at first was like, yes, I would have. And then she took a moment and stopped and went, in all honesty, because I'm going to be honest, no, I wouldn't have. She's like, because I forgot. I forgot that I said it.
You forgot that you were transphobic? You forgot? You forgot?
I acknowledged it. I let Mookie give me a lesson about it. And now I'm doing the work and picking up books in order to learn more and not do it again. So, cool. Yes, I got called out. I'm not afraid of getting called out. It's how you learn. But I addressed it immediately. So, what do you want to say about it?
Also, I don't believe the whole I forgot story, because it was something that she used so wholeheartedly all the time on Twitter. Like, it was a genuine, like I said, rotating word in her vocabulary that she used every chance that she got, basically. So I don't think she would just randomly forget.
You don't just forget the household. And if anyone, I don't know if anyone in here is Caribbean, but if you grow up around Caribbeans and Africans, they're not so pro LGBT. So, like, I've not only remembered that, but remembering unlearning those things while in high school or in college. Like, unlearning that you don't have to treat people differently just because they're not the same as you. So it's just like, just to say that I don't know how old she is, but to say as a grown woman, you tweeted this multiple times and said, oh,
She
right.
said I think she's 30. She just turned 30, or she's 31. I am not sure.
She's
Like,
31, and then her big thing too, another big excuse she used was, I was 25 when I said that, when I did all that. I was 25,
Which is something that I also brought up. Like, 14 years ago when I was 25, I wasn't dropping slurs.
And I'm 20. Am I supposed to just be like floating particle in like the earth? Like what?
And that's kind of another thing, a conversation that I had when I first got up here, when Alina first went live. I had it with I don't know, is it the Black librarian?
Historian.
Yeah. She was saying that she had used that word before, the T slur, but she didn't know what it meant and she didn't know that it was hurtful. And so when somebody told her about it, she corrected herself, she learned, and she didn't use it again. Made was, it wasn't just her saying that out of ignorance. It was a full rant. Like, she 110% went off on that person using those words and all the stuff that she said because she knew it was hurtful.
I don't think we ought to keep like rehashing it. I think we've all seen the video, and I don't want to keep belaboring it. But I do want to point out something that I find troubling. And I'm kind of tired of hearing about it. And you know, my friends are here that they could push back if it's an issue. But I have an issue of when people are being called out for something, to look over their approach. Because two things can be true. Yes, someone can have been called out in the past for something. That doesn't invalidate them calling someone else out for something. So right now, Mermaid is being called out for the aren't you called out for using AAVE? Because what you're doing is you're diminishing the current like call out or accountability, because the perfect person calling it out is not the perfect person. So I think we need to like address that. And I think we need to like, deflecting, that's like the right word. Yeah.
Honestly,
I wish we would do
Alina,
less of
like,
that.
When that happened, I apologize. And the thing that, like, okay, when I was in the middle of the rant, when I was in the middle of being emotional, and I fucking broke, I cried on live in front of 900 people. That shit sucks. Like, it hit every, like, I don't know, it felt like it hit every little bit of PTSD from all of the slurs that I've been called over the years, you know? To me, this is shit that I've been doing my whole life. I did say code switching, and then Mookie told me that it wasn't code switching. Mookie gave me the education, and I said, thank you, I am still learning. Now I will not use it anymore. Do you want to continue to belabor the point, or do you need me to sit here and self-flagellate? Like, what do you want me to do here? Would you like more? I'll do it. Just tell me what you want. But I won't do it on Alina's live. So if you want me to do a call out live for myself, I will do it. But at this point, please do not belabor the moment anymore. So what it is when we spoke about it, it also gave us the opportunity to talk about the intersectionality of it all. We can't look over the intersectionality. I had the opportunity to learn with this. To me, it was an opportunity, and I'm going to continue to use that opportunity to learn. That is what it is. Nugget Lover, who are you calling white? Because I swear to God, everybody, if I get called white one more fucking time,
Just
one more
ignore
fucking
them.
time.
As a black person, I'm gonna try to speak up. Like, y'all in the comments are just doing too much right now. Like, literally, y'all need to chill. I don't know what your like goal is coming after Geeky, but this is just unfair. It's unfair. And I'm a black person, so I'm just gonna say it. Using AAVE, like, I don't know what she said. For every black person, it is not that serious if she said ain't. AINT or apostrophe T. Like, it's not that serious, y'all. Like, come on. We're talking
Well,
about
it's good.
transphobia right now. Sorry, go ahead, TD.
No, I was just gonna say it's giving transphobic. The comments coming after Gigi, it's giving transphobic. It's not even about what she said or how she said it. It's giving transphobic. It's literally transphobic. Period.
Geeky goes by they them, correct? Geeky. Just confirming.
It's really them. that's why I got up there to speak, because I'm part of the trans community. I'm non-binary. Like, it's been a thing. If years ago I was leaning very hard mask, and I got that. It's hard to defend growing my hair out because it was a safety issue. But for a good long while, I was presenting incredibly masked. And yeah, I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I went up there, because having that be the first thing that I heard in the morning, like, that shit felt like a kick in the throat. Because every time we feel like we get a step forward in the left, it feels like we get knocked all the way the fuck back down. And it just sucks because the trans community has always been targeted. Always.
Like the hair and the stuff like that, because I am non-binary as well, and I am typically more mask leaning. And especially too, like, in certain places, it's kind of hard to kind of feel like you belong one way or the other in the trans community. Because it feels like it's always kind of a debate on, like, whether or not you're trans enough, which is stupid. So yeah, I just wanted to say that I felt your frustrations when you were talking about your hair, because it's a struggle for me too.
I just want to emphasize this for everyone. I'm not here for praise. I don't want to be celebrated for doing the bare ass minimum. I'm doing the bare ass minimum of taking the criticism, accepting it, and learning. That is the barest of bare minimum that I could possibly even do. So please do not celebrate that. For the congratulations, I'm here to speak on everything that happened because I was there. And yeah, to me, the main point of all of this was that she said she would never have taken accountability if it didn't come public.
It's messed up. And she needs to be held accountable for that. Y'all need to stop deflecting in the comments and start holding people accountable. If she's unwilling to learn or educate herself or be apologetic, that is an issue.
Wait, all it is saving face.
Did she apologize? And if she did, what did she say?
I don't even know if you could call it an apology.
I wouldn't call it.
I was feeling everything that I didn't even have a chance to, like, think back on it.
That's fair.
It for sure was not an apology for what she did. It was for sure an apology for getting caught doing it, in my opinion.
That's what it felt like to me too.
Yeah.
Sorry that I got caught.
Yeah, and that even which I wasn't even there for her saying that she wouldn't have apologized if it didn't come out, but that just solidifies the fact that she was just apologizing for getting caught doing it.
I just want to say something. I don't have mod powers, but I'm gonna make an announcement. We have 50 people. Can we tap the screen? I know that it's all good with the screen.
Yeah, I think we could release the chat though at this point.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah, just tap the screen. Let's give the panel. I know that Elena and people's pay links should be in their bios. So let's give the panel. Let's give good vibes. It should be only good vibes. And hi, Duce. I know you've been waiting for a long time. And Mark, he already muted his mic. Thank you, Mark. So let's hear Duce speak, so we can get this show on the road.
Can I
well,
cut in?
not so, but it's a talk. It's a conversation. So yeah.
Just like real quick.
Oh, sorry, that was an accident that I
coming.
Yeah.
Tapped so furiously.
I just wanted to add that I don't have any pay links or anything in my bio because I am like nobody on TikTok. But if for some reason you wanted to give me money, for God knows what reason, my Cash App is the same as my username.
Kat, you are somebody. I'm sorry, you cannot be saying that around me or
So thank you.
anywhere in my atmosphere. You cannot say that. You are somebody. You are special. You are worth it. You are everything. So you are somebody. So
Love you,
don't
Kat.
say that.
Thank you. Thank you. I love everybody up on this panel as well. And I actually
Love you.
it's kind of funny because I met I didn't meet, but I got to know TD under completely different circle panel and everybody who's been contributing to this conversation. It's been eye-opening for me for sure. As somebody who did kind of just follow like Dean and Parker kind of blindly before all of this just because I enjoyed their debate content. It's nice to see other sides to it.
That's what I came in here saying, that I was completely kind of blindsided by Dean and Parker. I did kind of know of Dean's past, but he had like a good excuse. He said he unlearned it, which I kind of like, I don't know, resonated with him on different standards. I didn't unlearn racism because I'm black, homophobic, so I did have to unlearn that myself. I didn't say any slurs or any of that before anybody comes for me. But then after seeing this tour after finals week, I've been kind of like, am I? And I just seen they were the face of Unf America and all this Z. I didn't even know who Z was. I just seen all this stuff and I was like, whoa, what's going on? And yeah, I don't know.
Can
Honestly, it's odd that so many people know who she is, because like that's not normal for like people to know who's like organizing an event to that extent. Like, but they have a pretty large platform, and I have a feeling that this is a little self-serving as well.
Yeah, it is. And Ken, Dean did not learn ish. I'm trying not cuss that much, but he did not learn anything at all. Because if he really did, him and Parker would not ask for first class flight tickets. He would have all the creators in first class. It would have been a huge party for all the creators to them. Just saying.
Hey guys, do you mind if I say something really quick? So I want to say I came across this live, and I have to say a couple things that I first appreciate. One is all of you for your like your input on everything, because it allows people like me to learn how different lives are operating and like what issues are people facing as a whole. Um, when it comes to the biggest thing I see as an issue for me, at least, is the comment section. I've been in multiple lives where the comment section is so people go to the extremes on attacking everyone and anyone, no matter what. And it's these things that's like it's disgusting. I get people have their right to have their opinions and stuff like that, but when you need to attack somebody based on what their ideals or beliefs are, or like, you know, what they prefer, or if they're trans or gay or what, you know, white, black, anything, it's not for somebody to go and degrade somebody on at all. And the things that I read in these comment sections is it's why our country is so divisive. And it's sad that people are just so hateful and so degrading to others for no reason. It's like, what side of the bed did you sleep on, and could you go and try to get a new mattress to get a better night's sleep? Or stop doing what you're doing, or reading the Reddit pages, or constant whatever you're reading that is just so nasty and disgusting and deplorable, to where you feel like that's a normal for you to go and give on to others. You know, it takes so much more energy to be a hateful person than it does just to like smile and try to give positivity and try to make a better change, not take us back to, you know, 100 years ago. And
About Ali, the Z route, and I'm not in the mood
I wasn't
for
sure where you were
heavy.
going. I don't know if he was going to say that like our comment section is positive, because I find listen, I've been I've accidentally entered enemy's territory, like on a Dan live. That was a nasty conversation.
All of that was
bad.
I thought he said that this live was positive. I don't know what.
Yeah, no, it was me. Okay,
Yeah, so I
I
thought
did
he was,
it.
yeah, I didn't drop him. It wasn't me.
It was me. You can
these
take it.
people.
I'll take the fault, but I just genuinely don't know. Like the if there was a point, it should have been made about 2 minutes ago. And I'm not trying to be rude, but there's like a lot of people on there that were personally affected by the Unfuck America tour, and I just don't. Thank you so much, Amy. I just don't know what happened.
I feel
Okay.
like it's always a white man that comes up and says, like, we should all just get along and hold hands and sing together and fight together.
I don't even know if that's where he was
love each
going,
other.
but it was taking too long. It was taking too long for him
To be honest,
get
when
there.
he said sorry, when I'm sorry, it gave me like PTSD from like November 6th when people were like, "Oh, we should all get along. Whoever's president doesn't matter. Like we're all family. Go America."
I can't do
There's
it.
no
Did anyone else get the girl from Mean Girls? I just wish I could bake us all a cake
Yeah.
and we could sit together.
Yeah, it was like,
go here.
he doesn't go here.
Yeah.
And I know,
Do you go to this school?
and I know Ari was annoyed. I know Ari's annoyed at me because I do tend to accidentally cut people off sometimes, and I didn't mean. But I was like, girl, if he says one more word,
it's
Someone said, "Can we just dance?" I'm so weak.
Just
like
dance. Hold hands.
you guys jumped the gun on this. Well, I truly don't care. And you're a man, and this is not like this is open forum. Anyone can come up, but you're a man trying to. I feel like you're trying to police us on how to feel and how to handle our emotions, and I do not need a man telling me how to deal with my emotions.
Yeah, what Sushi said in the comments. Why can't we all just ignore your problems because they don't affect me? Which, of course, like, I'm up here as a white person, so a lot of it doesn't affect me either, but...
You're white?
Yes.
Oh, no, I thought that was Alina talking.
No, it was
what?
me. No, I'm very white. I was about to be like,
I
don't
am technically white. I am a white presenting Latina, so I am
What?
white.
I would have never known.
Something that
You're joking, right? Because it's pretty.
Hello.
Wait, something
Oh.
that has really been bothering me that I haven't heard talked about much is the fact that and this is really honestly not like it's a big part of like why I feel the way that I do about it. Why is Peyton getting so much hate for doing the thing that they were supposed to do?
That's what I said.
Hello. Another man here.
The only one doing what he was supposed to do. Wow, we don't need a man
Someone
to
come
talk
get
to us
this
right
dude.
now.
Do I need to start
No,
barking?
I'm gonna
I'll
say
start
what I
barking.
need to say. I'm gonna make
You're
it very.
gonna
funny. I'm gonna say.
You're gonna shut
Someone
the
come
fuck
to
up.
Look how that works.
Dean alone.
Look
I
how
wanna
that
hear-
works. No,
No, they did
it's
not.
fine. Look how that works. Look how that works. Try again. Go ahead. Am I just gonna talk? No, you're not. Not on my
No,
level.
you're not going to talk at all.
All right. Okay, so now that we have some decorum, I'm pretty sure secrets was in the middle of a sentence. All right, Angelo.
But yeah, I think that like I would probably have a totally different outlook on this had they not like come for Peyton like that, I guess. Obviously I'd still think they would have needed to take accountability prior, but the way that they are, I don't know, like some of them are, it seems as if they're trying to push Peyton into a corner to make him look bad so they look less bad. Not all of them, but some of them. And that's really it kind of opened up my eyes to how performative some of the people on the tour are.
Not the P word.
You guys are very.
It's just gonna go down. Now they're gonna make memes about you.
Oh God, please no.
Should
But like
Angelo a
I've yet to
question.
I've yet to see any of them ask that question, and I want one of them to answer that question. Like, why are they so upset with him for doing something that they should have done? Is it because he's white? Is it because they can attack him in a way that they didn't think that they would get backlash for because he's white?
To be honest, I think it's because he rained on their parade.
Yeah, maybe.
He let the cat out of the bag.
And
by being that first person, like, if he hadn't been that first person to like say like I'm out, they would have kept ignoring it. They still would have been ignoring it to this day. Like, had it not been for all the backlash that's happened and people continuing to keep talking about it, like that's the only reason why the script changed.
Yeah, I think it's very unfortunate that it took a
Stop
white
being
man
rude
to get
and
it out
mute.
there. Shut up, Angelo.
Shut up.
No one's not talking to you, Angelo.
Angelo, stay in a man's place. Shut up.
I think it's very unfortunate that it took a white man to get this out there. But that being said, I think they're conflating that unfortunate. It's unfortunality a word? I'm going to use it. I think they're conflating that unfortunality with the fact that how do I word this? You know what? I'm not gonna say that because it's not really very TikTok friendly. I think it's very upsetting that he's getting all of this hate and you're getting all of this hate for calling something out that people were calling out, like Black people were calling out, but they weren't being listened to. And that's not anyone's fault except for their own.
Yeah. I actually did tell Peyton that, like, when I finally connected with him, I was like, it took a white man because I tried saying something, all those Black women tried saying something. Needed a white man for them to actually listen. Okay, Angelo, you can talk now.
For Kamala.
Beans paid to kick
Child.
Angelo. Sorry, Angelo, they paid to kick you.
That made
I
me
kept
so happy.
hearing, I know he kept saying, like, leave Dean and Parker alone. I want to know how much they're paying you
That
to
was
do
so
this.
fun. That was so fucking fun.
There's no way that I would ever defend somebody this hard that doesn't pay me. Like, you
sorry.
They don't know you.
I know.
Just a fucking point. Everyone seemed so nice. Like, Dean and Parker seemed like really good kids, and very passionate about what they do. And while I think that they probably are, I think that this has really opened my eyes to like just the fact that they still haven't completely started their journey on like deconstruction of racism, you know. And it hurts me to say that. Like I genuinely, well, they're kids to me, okay guys, they're kids to me. I'm old. But I think they have a lot of deconstructing to do. Like, if I could give them, I don't know if they're here, they probably might watch this later, but if you're here and you're listening, you know, I've been mutuals with you guys and been watching y'all for, not Dean, but Parker, like years now, and Dean for probably like over 2 years or something, right? I think that the best thing that you could do now is take some time, step back a little bit and work on deconstructing your internalized racism. Because it is there. That's not to say that you can't deconstruct it. It's just the fact that it is there. And if you want to continue the fight against these things, you need to do that first. So that's what I'm going to say to that.
There's a MAGA in the comments, y'all. He said, why, like, I forgot what his comment completely said because it's lost now, but he said, this is why the Democrats lost. MAGA never fights in between, like, each other. And the reason why is...
That sounds like a lib, honestly. That's probably a lib.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like a lib.
No, the reason why the Democrats lost is because of misogynoir. That's why. Not infighting, besties, not infighting.
Hi guys. Sorry.
What's up?
Hi Alina. I haven't heard your side of the story of this, and I would love to hear it if you'd be willing to share it.
Sure.
Like,
Why do
I
you
know that
sound
I know
so
that you.
familiar?
I run a live sometimes. You might have
You
seen
sound
me.
like Parker.
No,
Is
it
it
doesn't.
you?
Oh, I'm.
That does not
Dude, I
sound
can
like
turn on the
Parker.
camera. It's not Parker.
Parker is hiding.
No, I know I've heard a lot about this from an outside perspective, and I wanted to hear from the person who actually called this out originally, like what happened in the original
I mean, you want me to go from start to finish, or do you know some of it?
live.
Because
You
a
can
lot of
kind of
people have heard
synopsize
this.
it for me if you want to.
Okay. So I was in a person's live who was one of my mutuals, and they b- wait, someone's hold on.
You can watch it. I'll go watch it too. It's not a problem.
She says, "Is this one of Dan's?" And honestly, I don't really give a fuck. So I was in someone's live that used to be mutual, and they were announcing the tour, and I was just there listening and whatnot. And they went one by one with showing all the creators, and I was in the comments just like, white man, white man, white woman, black man, white man, white man, white man, like just going through, and it was just like so fucking obvious that it was very white. And there were a few other people in the comments that were kind of pointing it out too. And I just basically said like because some people are asking like what does it matter, and I said, well, white people shouldn't be leading any leftist or progressive type movement. And the host read my comment and was like, I don't know if I agree with that. What do you mean by that? And then was like, do you want to come up and talk about it? And I was like thinking like whatever, it was just going to be like a little conversation. I would go up and like I would explain my point, because obviously there's limited characters in the comment section. I'd explain my point and then we'd move on our way. So I've got historically, like civil rights movement, there have been like marginalized communities that people have, yes, worked in lockstep with, but they haven't been the face. Like white people aren't the face of these revolutionary movements because they're always going to side with their whiteness. And the response was, well, white people were needed for those, like LBJ. And that was when the red flag was like, I'm in enemy territory. Mayday, mayday. And before I knew it, the organizer Z was up. And then the part that I personally felt very uncomfortable with was not only was the organizer brought up, but then someone who is a black man was brought up, who was not a part of the tour, who was very pro tour. And my perception was that they were brought up to essentially be like, I'm super for the tour and I'm black. That was the vibe, because they were not a part of the tour. I wasn't having a conversation with them in the chat, and he was just brought up randomly. So at that point, okay, now we're 3v1. And then he brought Dean up. All this without my consent of whether or not I was gonna fucking have this conversation. I literally was supposed to, I just got back from 2 weeks of doing jury duty on a murder trial. And that was like the last day we had done the verdict, and I was fucking exhausted. And I just like was casually on a live, and then all of a sudden I'm in this whole fucking thing. And then it went back and forth, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, other people joined the panel and agreed that the tour lacked representation and needed more representation, and people like Dean should also be uplifting marginalized people. That's another topic that we talked about. So that was like the big gist of it. My big takeaway was like it seems performative, which I was right. And I need more representation, which I was also right, because they added a lot of representation after I spoke out. So since that day, and it's because I have the screenshots, not only was the comment section deplorable against me, the most misogynistic comment section I've ever seen in my life, and the video is still on YouTube. You guys can go read the comments. A lot of them from mods. So of course they weren't protecting that space whatsoever. If you look at my comment section, it's not fucking like that. We don't tolerate that shit. So not only was the comment section disgusting, the Discord was disgusting, his Discord. That night, the next day, he was on his live playing my live. Comment section was also disgusting. Dan, yeah.
Parker was. Okay.
Dan. Having people come up on the panel to talk more shit about me. That was when Dan said, you know what? When she said white people white people are inherently racist, I don't agree with that. Okay. Mhm. Enemy territory. I had no fucking idea. So again, also the Discord, terrible. We go forward. And I have receipts for all of this, and we might they might come to light someday. So fast forward a couple nights later. At the time, I was currently co-hosting with a creator that is on the tour, that did the tour. So I was co-hosting with them. I had been co-hosting for months. I was a staple on there. I was also a super mod. They were my friend, and we were there. It was the co-host last night, so it was a celebratory mood. We were having a good time, and there's a Dan raid. First off, Dan didn't know who the fuck this host was until I mentioned it that first live. Secondly, if you look at the video recording, you can see that he sees who's on the panel and sends the raid. So they came in the raid. He had never raided before. They had never been there before, those people, because you could tell because they were all doing like the first initial heartbeat joining the team.
Before the tour happened?
This is before the tour.
Oh man.
So not only did they come, that's one thing. They came and immediately started attacking me. That I shouldn't be on the panel. What am I doing here? That I'm like a shitty person, making little snide remarks about like what I had said about the performative thing or whatever. So two of the things that happened there, I think it was two things. I said ew to Dan. I'll say it again, ew. And I said that the raid was performative. This is in the comments, because mind you, we're having a good time. I'm trying to not say anything verbally because I don't want to ruin anyone's pickle time. If you know what pickle time is, you know. And then the person that kept adding me from their community that I told multiple times to stop and other mods told to stop, I specifically added them and I said, this is my good friends live. You are not welcome here. And I muted them. And immediately, and mind you, the host was privy to what happened in that original live because they came into my Discord's VC and got the full rundown and was very supportive of what I said on that live and agreed with me about the tour and that it was performative and needed representation. But everyone wants to forget about that. So fast forward, the raid thing happens. I immediately message the host and I say, this is what happens. This is what they've been doing. They've been, you know, doing live, harassing, whatever. There's a video on my page. You can see the screenshots because they pretended like that didn't happen, I guess, and told Dan that didn't happen. Painting it like I was just didn't want their friend to get a raid. That day was where the memes happened. They did, Dan himself did about 20 memes, like a fucking 14-year-old with acne in his mom's basement. 20
very much bullying. Like
20 memes. Mind you, like I've seen the screenshots. At a certain point, even his Discord stopped fucking talking shit about me. And he kept on. More memes, more memes, more memes for hours.
Forbid you
about
want
me.
representation. God forbid.
And they weren't even funny memes. They were shitty memes.
The fact that this is prior to it happening is also what blows my mind. That's bullying. Like just straight up bullying.
So then fast forward. We were all on the same page, like whatever, like it was I find out that this host is now on the tour. Which personally, that fucking hurt my feelings. If you know that, like, and I find out partially because they're on Dan's panel, and that hurt my feelings. Because if someone was bullying my friend, you would not see me. Dan continues every once in a while talking shit about me. They still talk shit about me in the Discord. They're in my comment section. They're in my DMs. If you look at any of my videos, like, it's all his usual people. And then they're alluding to this drama live, this call out live that's going to happen after the tour. Okay, so the live comes up. It's a 7-hour live replaying that first live. Mind you, his claim is that I'm a liar and I was attacking his community. But the entire live was just him playing that first live. But his claims are that I attacked his community by saying ew, that the raid was performative, and that I said that his people weren't welcome there, which is not what happened. And his claim is that that host did not know anything and did not approve of me doing that. I don't know if he's lying or the host is lying, but I have the screenshots so that they know. And my co-hosts have the same freedom to drop anyone, or not drop anyone, to mute or block anyone in the comment that's harassing them. And I had that same privilege because that person was my friend.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna add on to that. So y'all have to understand, like, Alina was made out to be a mod. And that is obvious. She's obviously a mod, but she's definitely way more than that. We had a whole name for all of our communities combined. Alina's communities, Maya community, and the other hostess community. There was a combination, a merge, and this is how deep our friendship was. So I co-host with Alina all the time. There's no way that I would let any of y'all bitches harass me on Alina's live and you wouldn't get a block. Push me too hard and it's gonna happen, and I don't have to consult with Alina and say, pretty please, can I get the person out that harasses me? No. And Alina has the same privileges in my space too. That's not uncommon. That's the whole idea for a co-host, to have some comfortabilities that maybe a regular mod or a regular audience member wouldn't have. And I just really want to make this clear.
And I didn't mention it in the moment because, again, we were in the middle of pickle time. It was the other host, like, last night, and I didn't want to ruin the fun. But it wasn't just me. One of the mods in that space also messaged the host and also said, hey, like, this was what happened. If I overstepped, let me know. And they said no. And they also agreed that, maybe this person sent the raid not with good intentions. So
Cleared up because I heard it in Mr. Jones the other day. So I wanted to make sure, like, everything I knew was, like, at least from both sides. You know what I mean?
yeah. So then there was a 7-hour live, which, I mean, I'm sorry, like, in my opinion, any man doing a 7-hour live about a woman is concerning. And they better have unalived somebody.
Yeah, I mean, unless, like, especially if your whole argument is like, oh, the left is infighting, which, like, spoiler alert, they're not on the left, okay? Democrats aren't leftists. Alina's a leftist. This whole idea that infighting is an issue, but then to make a 7-hour live ridiculing and dragging a leftist woman that you are claiming to be on their side, this could have been a fucking email privately. If you really have your contentions, and this is why we can give benefit of the doubt really quick. What if it did sound like Alina was coming for the community, whatever the fuck? What if there was a miscommunication, or maybe there was a way that Alina overstepped? You could have reached out privately and discussed that very simply and very shortly. That did not have to happen. A whole drama live for 7. Like, if somebody would put me through that, Might as well. Oh no, I'm not gonna say that on. I'm not gonna say that on.
And honestly, the most painful part about it was when he showed the memes. Because he said he was showing receipts. How are the memes that you created receipts? First off, they're not receipts. But like, when I tell y'all gotta watch the video. He is just sitting there like showing the memes, like
Grinning.
so proud of them. It is like
By the way.
so
Yeah.
embarrassingly uncomfortable. And like at the time I was watching Irish had opened up a live showing it and like just making fun of him, and I guess Dan caught wind and came over to that live and then got laughed out of that room, and then we brought it up on Jones's live. He also got laughed out of that room because it's fucking weird. It's weird behavior.
It is weird, and it gave me anxiety as like Alina's friend watching it. Honestly, like this is how uncomfortable it was to see somebody do something like that. Like Alina is not like, I mean, she has some hot takes here and there. Like, don't get me wrong, we've had our disagreements. She's a very agreeable person, and trust me, she does not want any confrontation. This has caused her a lot of distress, and this has been very harmful to our community. Nothing that happened was something wanted or provoked or something that she wished for. And this was very clearly done out of, I don't know, fucking malice. Because I cannot imagine putting that much energy into something as small like that and trying to tear somebody down to that extent for something that minimal. And then have the audacity to stand with the whole, well, we got bigger fish to fry. Okay, well then fucking fry them. Stop worrying about Alina then.
And I will say, not only in that first live, but also in that 7-hour live, there were many people that were my mutuals that sat there and didn't say a word. Just sat there. And that was telling. That
I've
you would
definitely
never
noticed
see me on their panel ever again. You would never see me in their comment section, and I would chew them the fuck out. And as much, and you guys know how much I fucking hate Irish, and I don't fuck with Irish. Our community fucking hates him. But him and Jaden are the only two fucking men that have come to my defense and said this is fucking weird.
Literally, this
And that
is like,
says a lot. Like if you're below someone like Irish in this scenario, you better check yourself.
Are the creators calling Dan out for that?
None. There are none.
None.
There are none. I've lost all my friends over this fucking tour.
So they can also catch the heat. I
Yes.
think they're all sitting back
So
scared.
upsetting. That is so upsetting. And honestly,
scared.
They won't lose your friends. Honestly, it really just cements my belief that a lot of people on this app are performative and are after opportunities.
And the
because
USA doesn't like women, like I always say, y'all.
that too.
And
Like
I don't
if there's an opportunity that presents itself that is going to get somebody money or is going to get somebody fame, they will fall on that side of the aisle regardless of the morality of it. And that's so upsetting, and I'm so sorry that that has happened to you.
And trust me, I know I'm a small creator trying to make it out too, but there's never going to be a point where I trade in my morals for some clicks and views. This is crazy. You don't have to be super tight friends to know color. That's just weird. As a grown man, that's weird.
Well, I wouldn't call, I don't call myself a woman of color because I'm a white presenting Latina. But one fun thing that they did that he also allowed in his comment section was people saying that I'm 1% Hispanic, so I can claim POC.
Oh.
Yeah, yikes, big yikes.
I really do hope
that's the environment that's fostered there.
I just want to make sure that we notice because there was some nasty misinformation spread, and I'm about to make some memes about you, Alina. How dare you say you've lost all your friends? I'm right here.
You know what I mean? Like the people that went on the tour.
I really do hope that the people that are on the wrong side of this think about this. I feel like they are. There's 900 people in here.
They always are, like, especially, they're always listening.
Yeah, a lot of you are wanting to get into politics. like professional politics. And I hope that you know that one day this will come biting you in the ass. So do the right thing. Do the right thing. Stand up for people. Otherwise, it's gonna come back and it's gonna bite you in the ass. And also, like, I know that there's no fucking way that this sits right with you at night. That you lay down, you lay your head on that pillow, and you think, "Oh, I did good today. I did a good."
No, I think it's the doubling down. People would have stood up for Alina. Maybe it's not. I know that there was irreversible damage in the sense that you didn't have necessarily any interest in being friends with them. And I respect that completely. But from my level of respect, where I was like, I need to see some big fat apologies. For all the bystanders
I
and
also want to
for
clarify that Kiara obviously has stood up for me. Like as far as like creators that go live, like Kiara stood up for me, Geeky stood up for me, Ran has stood up for me, Jessica Simone has stood up for
Jessica,
me.
yeah.
Um,
I don't
it's
want
very
any
few, but that they're Tashika.
Yeah.
Whenever they get a chance, will stand up for me.
Because it pays. Hashtag it in the chat. Alina was right.
Why is it paying you to say that? I'm always right.
Because you give yourself so much shit about other things that I can't say that you're always right because you're wrong about certain things.
Oh, about the
You're
kittens?
wrong about the cats. You're wrong about the kittens.
Yeah, I just want to make it also very known. Like I wasn't as outspoken as many other people. And I mean I think that there's like layered reasons. Like I've been through a lot of private stuff recently. But I'm also not gonna be a bystander. Like when that whole live happened, I did I did say something in the comments. I was immediately called out and shit went down in the Discord, and that shit was I like Alina, I don't know how like incredibly stressful to say the very least.
I haven't been okay a lot, and unfortunately, the Discord has heard me like cry inconsolably. Like I've cried on cam tons of times, especially when I lose kitten, but this has been very challenging, and it's not just because of me. It's hurt my community because again, it's very our communities were very intertwined, and a lot of people have. Not that because I never asked, and I still haven't asked anyone in my community to pick sides because I would never do that. But because they were ignored for so long, their concerns were ignored for so long, they ended up picking a side.
Big fan of him. You are gonna choose him over me. You can block me right now. Go ahead. Unfollow me, block me. No, I'm not gonna say the other thing, but it starts with an S. Is in the middle, it's with an M, and the end is with a D. I don't care for you. You can.
I don't know what it is, but I also want to say I'm sorry I forgot you at first, but Sash, a fucking real one. Sash went right into the
Shout out
alliance.
Michelle and Irene and Choke and all of them. Noodle, they've been fucking holding it down too.
Yeah,
they really have.
Well, I don't know. One more time, I do want to apologize to you, Alina, for that. I did not know Dan did all that shit. That is insane. Especially before the tour, because I was able to goes to show that like everyone is not who they say they are. Like Dan, dude, if you're watching, man the fuck up, dude. Man, I hate using that phrase, but do it and like just come and apologize because you have royally fucked up. That is bullying at its finest. You can't dispute that. It's disgusting. It's deplorable. And if I see anybody, any one of my mutuals supporting him after this, like, not that they really give a shit, but like, I'm flaming your ass. I'm unfriending you. I'm blocking you, regardless of whether or not we're friends in real life. That's.
I think I'm sorry. I think TD was. Yeah, I think TD was like.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to interrupt. That's why I went on mute. But I do have to go because I am tired. I only got 3 hours of sleep. Y'all,
Oh my gosh!
I
know
got
we've been
hours
up late. We've been hitting late nights, all of us.
Listen, I got 3 hours of sleep last night because I listen. She pissed me. That pissed me off. I, if I could breathe fire, my house would have been burned down. That's how mad I was, and I don't even let people from online get me angry because there's a difference between irritation and anger. Oh, I was at a 900. Fuck a 100. I was at a 900. That yeah, that had me hot. But Dan, you're a weirdo. Actually, don't apologize to Elena. Just keep your weird ass away from her. Like, do not go near her. You literally look like a creep that I would tell children to keep away from. All tea, all shade. You literally look like one of those creeps that I would tell my younger sisters to run away from. Leave her weird ass bitch, and you need to get a life and grow the fuck up. That's
Also, if you
weird.
guys ever want to make him crash out, say ew. Like that,
Yeah,
like that
ew.
sets him off apparently.
Ew, yeah, ew. Your face is ew. Your attitude is ew. Your entire personality is ew.
The memes are ew.
Women, you need to cover your drink around him. If you meet him in real life, you need to you need to literally cover your drink. And you probably might just need to stay away from him. Or if you go near him, wear a hazmat suit. Don't catch his infections. He looks dirty. He let me stop because
Oh my gosh.
I'm about to go. Listen, I'm about to go in on him. Let me stop. Actually, no. I'm gonna say this one thing that I'll stop. He literally just
And on
that's
that note,
dis
thank you so much for
that.
joining. Uh,
You're
love
very
love
welcome.
to see you around. I hope you get some rest.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Kiki.
Flabbergasted, man, for the party, for the people, for the group of people that advocate against bullying and against, like misogyny and against all of these other things, to go ahead and just like blatantly do it is like blowing my fucking mind right now. I don't know how y'all aren't like, not, because I'd be crashing the fuck out. I'd be crashing out. I'd be crashing the fuck out. I'd be making memes back. See, I can't say all the things I do on TikTok, but holy crap.
It is all men, and it's specifically also leftist men. The amount of times that I've been disappointed by like a quote unquote progressive man on this app is actually incredible. So I have a theory now, so hear me out.
Yeah.
It's genuinely focused on social policy, not mega hyper immense into Trump, and not talking shit about economics all the time, and not do the lip shit. Or are those that hold all the progressive values but aren't overly political? So keep men out of politics is what I'm hearing, smelling, suggesting. But yeah, that's it. And I think
just say
it's
keep men out.
Yeah, I think
everything.
it's because there's like two theories that I have about leftist men or progressive men. Number one, they do it based on their egos. Like they just want the flowers. They want access to women in a positive or flattering way. And number two is that they just infiltrate those spaces to, make the most money. A grift. That's it.
So it's so upsetting. It is so upsetting. Oh my god.
Say something, and I cut you off about Sash, and I'm really sorry about that. There was a lag from the headphones.
I don't even remember.
So,
I don't
yeah.
even remember what I was gonna say. I
You
feel like
were
I've talked too much. My
glazing
mouth
Sash
is like
about
dry.
it.
Just Sash going into the lion's den and speaking up when it was definitely not an easy thing to do, and they were met with a look of disdain, and they were interrupted, and they weren't allowed to finish. And I just appreciate Sash so much. I know that wasn't fucking easy. And Sash also, like in my videos, 10 toes down, like defending my thoughts on that tour. Hi, Taz.
Hey, oh my goodness.
You.
Sorry, I'm getting a call. As soon as I heard that there is a man that was attacking or that came after you, opened a live, somebody was saying, I was appalled And this is kind of like the new trend that I'm seeing with men, amongst men, that and we have this saying in Arabic, like they بتمرجلوا على النسوان, which means like they want to show their like macho-ness on the woman. Like they want to show how manly they are and how brave and how aggressive they can be like on women and not other men, right? And support you. I think you are an amazing, amazing individual, and everything that you do every single day on and off the app is phenomenal. And I don't know who this individual is or what he said, but continue doing you and don't let anybody take your brightness and your light out, because we are all here
Like a
for
little
you,
tulip.
and they're here and they need you too.
I appreciate you. And I really enjoyed that last event that you had. Do you have anything else coming up?
I do. I have 3 doctors that were in Gaza 2 months ago, while before the ceasefire broke, that will be joining lives.
Well, make sure you guys follow Taz. Taz always hosts like amazing panels or even just one-on-one interviews with all kinds of organizations, doctors on the ground, just getting us more information about what's happening in Palestine. So
Oh,
very
cool.
cool. And they love the kittens.
Yeah, they love
appreciate
the
you
kittens.
answering my
Taz, I
question.
gotta ask you something. Hang on a sec, just a quick second. Taz, Middle Eastern to Middle Eastern. Have we ever
Are we
had white
white?
privilege? Are we
No.
white? Have we ever had white privilege?
No.
Cool. I'm gonna need everyone to stop fucking calling me white.
Who does that?
ما بتعرفي كلهم انت مالك انت فك وشك مثل الوايت انت وشك مثل الوايت عليكم عن جد.
Oh.
I'm
I
not
mean,
kidding, Taz.
some people can like, if their skin is lighter, could be like white passing, but I mean we're Middle Eastern, and I wouldn't say that we are white, no.
My favorite game to play at the airport is Will I Get Stopped by TSA? Um, this is
I think I answered 6 questions, y'all. I think I gave him way more than he expected. He wanted the synopsis, and I said, "No, what? You know what? I'm feeling feisty. I wasn't planning on doing that, especially without like showing all the screenshots and receipts." But for those of you, a little treat for y'all. You got the whole story.
No, like I genuinely, like every single person that comes up is making me just more and more. I believe myself more and more when I think
Thank you, Mark.
the big creators are very performative. Like Taz, when you explained what you did, I'm inviting people from the places that they're so-called defending and advocating for on a day-to-day basis up on the panel and talking to them and donating to them or doing crowdfunding for them or any of this other stuff. They're just not. I've never seen it.
Well, on that first live, and I honestly, like, I was really trying, because again, this person was a mutual. I was really trying to be super, super chill and delicate, which is, you all know, I'm not. It's not usually the case over here. But I was in someone else's space, and I was talking about how I felt like people that are making a fuck ton of money on this app every day, they should give back to marginalized communities, especially like if they're capitalizing on them. And I didn't say names, but a hit dog or holler. Dean responded, there's like an awkward pause, and I was like, okay, you could have just said nothing. Like, but you just basically outed yourself as like, I don't give anything back, which is crazy.
Do y'all know that we know? Like as content creators too, we have somewhat of an idea what you're raking in, especially if you're reading out like all your donations.
we see the subscriptions that you have. We know what kind of gifts translate to what money-wise. Like we have a pretty solid idea. Like obviously we're not gonna guess it to the penny. Like we just have a pretty good estimate and idea of what's going on financially as content creators. So I don't know. And I really like Batman and I give back to the poor.
Nobody
I
believes
think
that.
that yeah, I mean then your audience should absolutely know that. Like you have a responsibility to tell them that you are taking care of the marginalized communities that you're advocating or debating for. You do. Like, I'm sorry.
I
Like,
wouldn't even say
let's
advocating
not
for.
sit
I would say
here.
capitalizing off of.
That too. I mean, let's not sit here and use the phrase "eat the rich" and constantly advocate for billionaires to pay more taxes whenever you're becoming the rich and not giving back. like, come on, man, do something, do anything, make a charity, even if it's like. Even if you don't want to directly give, like create a charity in your name or something and have people put that in your bio too. Something.
Yeah. Like, take like some dedicated time to raise awareness about foundations and say, hey, fundraiser my link. Like, it would be important to me. Like, there's so much you can do. And I'm not saying give it all. Like, I'm never against
Yeah, I never even
making
said that either on that live. I was just like
yeah.
giving something.
Yeah,
Like
giving
get
some
rich. Heck yeah, get rich. If you're good at what you do, get rich. But also help the marginalized communities that you're
yeah.
advocating for.
It is entertainment and I understand that. Steph just sent I think 2 or 3 subscriptions. Big
Oh,
W, Steph, thank you.
W stuff as always.
Thank you, Steph. I got one of those subs. So let's hope you're taking me to that.
Thank you, Jess, for the hand hearts. But yeah, I think if you're honest and open on TikTok, like I'm taking care of my baby, I'm taking care of my student loans, I pay for bills, it's a nice little extra income. And that's okay, right? But I'm not I'm not making that much money that I could constantly gift like I would want to.
Yeah, but what's funny is we still do.
Yeah, I know.
Like if you guys watch us watching our friends' lives, like we're sending each other like we have this running joke where there's like this $50 bill that's like going back and forth like to all of our friends. We just keep passing it around.
Mm-hmm.
I love the community that you built, Alina. It's amazing, amazing, phenomenal woman. Like look at all of these like strong women on this a wonderful community.
I love it so much, and honestly, like as shitty as this past couple weeks has been, the community has gotten so close, and like I just feel so fortunate, and it's what I've always wanted, and I've been through like drama or whatever stuff on this app before, and I never had a community like this. I always just kind of had to like go like off into a corner and just like regroup and lick my wounds and come back. But it's been really nice. I'm very fortunate, like very fortunate with the goons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel the same way, obviously.
And the cunts.
Yeah.
which is
I
Kiara's
mean,
community.
it was just like an overlap, like have like 2 circles and they merge together. I forgot what that one is called. Is it a Venn diagram?
The Venn diagram.
It's like yeah, that's just our community. It's like all one. Like I think it's rarely the case that cunt is not a goon. So I'm very okay. Bless you, Queen. I'm very appreciative.
Okay, so I remember like a few years, I don't know if it was years ago or what, but I remember when you were still pregnant, and oh my gosh, I didn't know you had the baby.
Yes, that tends to happen after pregnancy. Thank God.
No,
After eventually it does. Eventually.
I
fucking
forgot.
hated that shit. I hate pregnancy so much because I love being a mom, because otherwise I would have 10 babies. Like, this is, like, honestly one of the worst things that has ever happened to me. And I already forgot half of it because I want to put myself through it again. Like, why? What is that?
Pregnancy, yeah. You couldn't pay me.
Cackling right
I see
now.
I see why surrogates make as much money as they do, because it sucks.
I don't think they make enough, man.
Nancy
Oh
repression.
no, they don't make enough, but it's a lot. I mean, to me, it's a lot. Like, if someone handed me
25,000,
like,
I think, or maybe is
oh,
it
I
more?
saw one that said 60 today.
No,
It
no, it
depends. Much like over 30, like I think over 31 or whatever. There was a
It
point where I
depends.
looked into it and I said, "Damn, I missed the cutoff.
I want to donate
Here,
some.
My eggs are too old now.
here in New
My womb is
England,
my womb has cobwebs."
in New England, they pay around 100K.
Huh? Let me fly there real quick.
Oh,
Yeah, but I mean, cost of living and stuff. Like, I think it depends on the state for sure, but I think starting it's at least 60K to 100K.
That would set me for like life.
In this economy?
Look, I could put a down payment on a house.
In tariff land?
Eventually.
Yeah.
Did you say tariff land?
yeah, she said.
Did I say what?
Did you guys just say tariff land? Where's tariff land?
did.
Kiara did.
Is it not?
What is tariff land?
Tariffs?
But where?
America? USA.
Oh, I thought it was a specific state. I was like, what state is considered tariff land?
It's
No,
the
all
United
of them.
States of tariffs now.
What I find fascinating is all the people on TikTok Shop that were like that essentially voted for this. Now they're like doing videos like, oh no, like my products, I can't sell my products anymore because they're gonna be too expensive and no one's gonna buy them. And it was just like,
Yeah. I don't
I do love TikTok Shop though. I hate to say it.
I do love TikTok Shop too. I became a TikTok Shop creator now. And I it's so dangerous because now I'm like, well, if I buy this product, it's a refundable sample and I'm gonna do the video. And now I have like 15 videos planned that I have to make, and then we, film it and edit it. Then the fucking product is sold out. I was crashing out so hard over it because the Tarte one that I just recently made, I actually liked. So, but enough of that. I'm sorry.
It makes me wonder how like tariffs are gonna affect this, because TikTok Shop shipping is already insanely expensive. I don't know if y'all saw like Temu shipping.
It's gotten more expensive now.
It's like someone had like $120 worth of stuff and shipping was $60. So yeah,
On Temu.
Not for me.
On Temu. I don't know if it was Temu
Quick,
or
thank you, Chuck, for the $10 cash app. I appreciate it.
To hit our little sub goal, and then we need 7 more hand hearts, and then I will wrap it up because it's 8 o'clock, and I wish it was 7 o'clock so I could say it's 7 o'clock on the dot.
It's 7 o'clock here in Texas. You can say
Okay.
it. You can say it.
Continue the song, y'all.
I ain't saying it.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking like, y'all have been so amazing today that this is what you deserve.
What's that? Sorry, I was Mr. Bean.
No, it's Albina.
Albina.
She's very
She is a
loved
queen.
here.
Oh my goodness, that's nightmare fuel.
Now, can we get a recitation? Can we get
Oh
an
yeah,
Albina
we can do
recitation?
that. Yeah, we can do at least one before we wrap up while we wait for and then what we'll do is
Steph just sent one.
we'll thank you, Steph. I'll just keep reading them until we hit the hand heart goal.
I'm
So
gonna
let's-
read.
No, I'm gonna do this one. This is for you.
No, I don't want it.
Oh, I do. Here you go. Here's a hand heart. There we go.
I don't know why it's not a thing yet. Where is our Albina sticker?
I'm working on it.
Wait, what do you mean a reading?
I do spoken word, slam poetry.
Okay, I just sent like 3 hand hearts. Somebody finish it off, please, for the please.
People want to hear me, Kiara. They've been wanting.
Oh,
this.
they clearly don't. Why are you getting all the hand hearts then?
I'm
2 more.
Oh
I'm
wait,
about to reload my balance. Like this is how desperate
here we
I am.
go.
Thank you. Okay.
And okay, there's one. I thought you meant the heart me's.
Y'all,
No, that was it.
Okay.
One more.
y'all just
one
don't
more.
want me to be great.
Filth or something. I don't know why I didn't think. Why
That's so
didn't I
sad,
think that?
y'all. I was gonna do
Aw, shucks. Dang
I was
it.
gonna do
gonna
higher.
request,
I was gonna do
oh
Creed
my
higher.
God, no.
Well, we're done.
That was gonna be really good.
Too bad.
You guys ruined it. Damn it.
Yeah.
I
Damn
actually
it,
have never
Goons. We
seen
love
one
you, but you
before,
ruined
so I was kind of waiting to see what was gonna happen, but
I
next time.
spared you, Taz. Like that's the thing. Like you don't know it yet, but you actually love me, and I just prevented you from seeing things that cannot be unseen.
You guys just don't like to see me
Into the
shine.
void.
Say that it was.
It was like it was fun.
great talking
I love
to
to
you
clear. That's
guys.
how I clear the room.
I haven't like got to ever speak to you one on one, Alina, but you seem very down to earth. I feel awful for everything that's happened. I feel awful for the part that I played and saying the comment that I said.
Yeah.
I
figured you didn't know, but like honestly, I was just like, it still hurt. Even though like
I'm so sorry. I literally I was just like, what the fuck did Dan do?
Yeah, I'm glad that this was cleared up because I followed you for a hot second, Aaron. But I mean,
my
we're
God.
back. We're back. Mutuals, you good? You good? You saved yourself.
It was just because
Kiara
like I
hasn't
had
been on the front lines, but Kiara's been like reading the notes and catching up in Discord, making sure her checks are
absolutely fooled by everybody there. Not everybody, but a lot of people there. Like Dan seemed like a very down to earth person too, and he just didn't strike me as somebody who would legit bully somebody. And nobody deserves that, regardless. And for like even the people that are watching on the opposite side of the spectrum of politics, like nobody deserves to be bullied. That's awful. It's despicable. It is not okay to do to anybody ever. And I hope that we could all agree on that. But yeah, I am sorry for the part that I played.
Appreciate
hopefully other creators come out and speak against this, because it's not okay to be quiet about it either. It's wrong. But I'm here for y'all if y'all need anything at all, except money, because I'm broke. But yeah, I hope you guys have and I hope that people
I hope we all move on from this when we're all ready and everything is
I hope people can grow. Anyway, y'all have a great rest of your night.
All right.
Just a PSA really quick. So there is, if you want to get access to the Discord, you have to be a standard subscriber. I guess that was said. Well, but you click on that little subscriber button on the left, and then you have all the perks, and that's how you get access to the Discord.
I know what people really want to know. They want to know when Kiara is going to go live next.
It's been so anxiety inducing recently, ever since that shit happened. I don't know. I'm just like kind of terrified that
I'll be there.
I've started doing like little lives that are not debates, not anything, and I'm calling it the save point, and it's the respite, and that's it. You come in, you calm down for a second, and then you move on. That's it. It's a save point. It's a checkpoint in a video game.
I just want us all to acknowledge all the amazing conversations that we've had today. The conflicts that have been resolved on this live, like the laughs we've had. I've fed kittens, all of that. and it's still only been 4 hours. Hours would look like.
This last 101 days has been the longest decade in the history of mankind.
Yeah, we would probably do a 7-hour live for like a fundraiser. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, Tiffany. Are you are you standard do you have standard subscription or the basic one? That's like, and then hold on.
Oh, thank you so much, Lagartha. I appreciate you, and I love you too. Thank you for the cash app. I'm going to. Did you say the date of the next event, or are you going to let me know?
Yeah, it's next Tuesday. So Tuesday,
Is it during the day or?
it's at night, so it's at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, that's perfect, because that's usually
Yes.
when I try to shoot to end my live. So I will make a
Yeah.
point to end before then.
Yes, that would be amazing. It's the so it's three doctors. It's Dr. Mark Pulmoner and Dr. Feroz Sidwa and Dr. Tanya Haj Hassan. They're all American doctors that were in Gaza back in March, and they were airstriked and their lives were almost taken while they were currently helping the Palestinians in Gaza. So
Yeah, send me the info so that I can put it in the Discord ahead of time, and then.
oh,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Geeky. Thank you, Taz and Kiara.
Of
It's Ken.
course,
I think
thank
this is the first
you.
time that I've spoken to you. Thank you for coming up and all your input. Appreciate everyone that's come up and share their piece.
For always being right.
I'll probably go live tomorrow for an hour or two.